We're on Zoom. They've asked me to be more interactive, not sort of on the outside throwing grenades. They're asking me to be in the face so we can interact, good cop, bad cop sort of thing, you know. So tell me to slow down if you want me to, but that's what they've asked me to do, to be more interactive, not outside throwing grenades, if that makes sense. We're going to do panels today. 2 people are going to leave today. Who is new here? I thought there might have been someone who has not introduced themselves. I saw some new faces, but maybe that was just me this morning, not recognizing people. We're all good. We're all friendly. We know each other. All right. Just remember, it's all about you sharing the knowledge and the information, not just us, remember? So please network. We don't know when we're going to finish tonight. We finished at 12 at the pub last night, so they said we can have the hall all day. So if we're going to get the $100 worth of higher rental of the hall, they'll stay open till whenever. We probably will have to pack up tonight, though, that's all. When was the latest we could, when would be the latest we'd have to leave here and pack up and get out of here? Did you hear that? That's a sort of, I love flexibility. I just love this. There is a display up the back there. There is a display up the back there. Please have a look at it. You wouldn't believe what stuff's available out there, from oils to foods to fibres to hempcrete and blocks. My house blocks are there. Hemp Blocks Australia here with all their cards. They got the factory we're trying to bring here. So there's lots of stuff happening out the back there. So don't miss that opportunity. I'm just sorry we didn't get any hemp rum or hemp beer for you, but it is available. All right. So yesterday, I just thought it was a really good, I really appreciate the questions we got about, you know, why are we talking about conventional ag? But I think you need to know where farmers are at. You can say you're going to save the world with regen or organics or biological farming. That's great. But you need to know what the real world of farmers are in. They're in a heap of pain. They're spending millions of dollars on chemicals and they're not getting the results and everything's going down the tube. So they need help. But they don't want to be bashed. They don't want to be lectured to. They don't want to be abused. You know, they want to. They're screaming for help. They want to make money. They want to survive. They've got family farms. They've got corporates. It's all about money. So whatever, as Stewie said, how many times did you say, Stuart? It's about a business. The organics and all that comes second. Like, it's a business to make money. And by the way, we can do it better through organics or regen and biological farming. So with that in mind, we just got to think of the farmers not as all rednecks and, you know, wackos and whatever, because that's what a lot of people in Nimbin say. No offense to people in Nimbin, you know, it's not them and us. Together we can work and share this problem out and be on that journey. So with all that motherhood statement, I'm just sorry, that's a sort of a summary of yesterday. Has anyone else got anything to say? Feedback about today? How do you want to do today differently? Same. Andrew is leaving at, put your hand, and who else is leaving? John is leaving for Orange and Andrew is leaving for Moree. So please see them not at morning tea, because we've had morning tea and we're not going to have lunch at 11. So pull them aside or grab them as they go if you need to see them. I forgot your name, sorry, madam. Did you have any feedback from yesterday? You know, the way we started and you asked the questions, and I thought it went pretty well. No, I just meant you. Do you want to do anything else today differently? We're going to do panels and all that. All right. Anyone else? We're good. So we're going to start nice and gently and soft with some female women's touch. So if Bronwyn, because after such a big, heavy day yesterday, we thought Bronwyn, with some nice videos, I believe, can gently bring us into this second day and hopefully start another good one. Any questions? Well, Bronwyn's up here. I can't introduce you, Bron, so you're going to have to do it yourself. I mean, I know you, but I don't know you. So.
It looks like we lost the figure.
What happened?
We've lost the figure. Oh. Never mind. Oh, I need my glasses.
Has anyone seen a battery remote? Where was it here last? It was here yesterday. as well.
Someone's...
You can click. That's better.
Well, we're just going to work through it as we can. So who here wants to know how to grow more in a yield, save money, save water, and labour? Hands up. I want to see. Oh, yes, I can see you. Good. I'm in the right room. I just wanted to share with you. And moving on, Mr. Clicker. I am Bronwyn Holm, and I have a product called Earthfood. Now, if you just bear with me, there's a good story to this. Now, first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me, because this is a very interesting time in farming, and with so many changes that are coming, particularly biological, there is some things that might be of interest to you. Now, hemp is a fairly new industry in Australia, and we still want to save the time, energy, and money and the better profits. And how to do this? Well, welcome to the Earthfood journey, and here's my story. So back in the 1880s, my great-great-grandfather, Eggert Holm, was the head winemaker at Hermitage Estate Wineries, which is Dalewood today. He was able to take the Australian wine industry into France for the awards, and that's what's still happening to this day. He was able to make a compost tea very similar to the way Stuart makes it. And the thing is that microbes on their own pretty much live like for 48 hours at the most. He was able to do that, and as Stuart will know, is a bit of work to it. And I think, Stuart, you make yours with maybe a chicken manure or something like that as a culture, as a starter. Yeah, compost. But Eggert Holm didn't do that. He had a culture that he had used, and that's been around for a while. Now, we worked with a soil scientist who was able to work with the compost through the aeration and adding a process which is, we've got the World IP on, and that's to make, so it looks like a compost tea, but it's actually not. And these microbes are suspended. They're still alive and they're still healthy. These are third-party tested regularly for uniformity and consistency through their own juices, through their own matter. So I'm speaking not as a pH expert, I'm speaking in layman's terms, because we're on a Zoom and we don't know who's listening and what level they are. They could be a university professor, or they could be someone thinking, I'm so keen to do this, I just don't know where to start. So I'm keeping it simple and I'll move on. So research shows that microbiological biomass, that's the fungi and the bacteria, is the leading indication of soil health. Now, fixing soil, making living soil, we all now know, and for the people who need to know, it improves plant immunity, stores water more effectively, builds soil science, and therefore healthy level of microbes increases productivity while reducing inputs. 1 litre, I'm just going to say Earthfood. This is not a big sale pitch or anything like that. It is education. So it's just easier if I just say Earthfood for this conversation. 1 litre of Earthfood makes 60 litres of application. It's an army of Mother Nature's helpers. We also do 1 litre, 120 litre cube and IBCs, of course. typically sprayed for economics in the living fungi and the bacteria. The nutrification goes all through the tissue culture. We know this because it's been trialed and tested from the very tips all the way down. We prefer to be topically sprayed for that very reason. It reaches the leaves. Oh, I forgot this. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll just give you this. Here you go. Not having the clicker. So we're up to the nice big leafy greens. Yeah, so where was I at? Yeah, thank you. So we prefer for economic reasons that if it's topically sprayed, it comes through the leaves, down the stem, down into the roots. Now, part of this is with the microbes, for those who don't know, hands up those who know something about the microbe structure and how it works. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep on this path for the minute. So the microbes will create a biofilm around the roots. The roots become dense, thick, and strong. That's pretty hard for things to come in between the roots and their neighboring roots. So the roots will make the sugar and the microbes will eat the sugar, and the microbes will then create all the nutrients the plant will need. It balances the pH. It can break down toxic soil. It can break down clay matter. But most of all, it feeds the plants all the things that it needs. Now, how do we know? The molecular structure of a leaf should look a little bit like a hexagon shape. And that's like honeycomb, shape. Now, that's a healthy plant. When a plant is sick, it changes its molecular shape to a little bit of an oblong. That means the plant is unwell. It's sick. A sick plant will attract insects. I'm speaking quite plainly here. There's a lot more behind my statements, but I don't have half a day. When the plants are sick, they attract the insects and the other pests. So the immunity of the plant is compromised. So to build that up would come from under the ground. So this is where we stand. This is our model of the world. Just recently, we were invited to be part of the mini farm project, which is now being called the Earthfood mini farm project. Hands up those who have heard of this. Thank you. It's a chain of small mini farms that are being created from Coolangatta all the way up to Cairns. And it's to, you're going to have to keep pressing the buttons. Yeah.
What are we actually, what slide is it?
That one, yes. Yeah. So the mini farm project trialled Earthfood because it was important for their mission, which is to grow food to feed homeless people. Now, I'm on the topic, but I'm getting around there. They did acres of these greens and similar crops, not one bite hole, one insect, not a mark, perfect condition. So because of that, and they had such fast growing, so what would normally be picked in 4 months, there was no end to it. Like 8 months later, it's double the time frame. It's still continuing on. They also had much more volume of the crop. So we're currently testing some of these now to get the measurements. But we've done so many trials. I'm just going to scoot through some of these. So let me tell you another story. We have a farmer west of Alice Springs. We all know Australia is tied, ancient, very dry and dusty red soil out there. He's been working really, really hard for 20 years on the subject. Finally, in tears at midnight, I get a phone call. He's saying, I don't know what to do. He had dieback, all kinds of issues, spent a small fortune on consultants, and no better for it. He's still in the same position. I said, mate, I'm going to send you up some Earthfood, and this is how you use it. He turned, in 4 months, that dry red dirt had turned into chocolate brown living soil. It's a fact, yeah. I don't know if you can see that one. Okay. So, yeah. So anyway, he, in 4 months later than that, he was harvesting the usual above ground greens and so on for himself. And he had so much, he had such an excess, because this was a trial period. He had so much excess, he was giving it away to the local churches and the community halls and the community kitchens. And of course, that set off a little bit of a chain reaction in the Northern Territory, which we're really proud about. Yeah, look, you know, when you've got that sweet smell, now, Stuart said yesterday that there was a time when it was raining that he could, the soil stuck. And I remembered that because it brings true to how soil is when it's not living. And it kind of, you know, when something's dead, it stinks. It's the same, the soil. If you can imagine the soil as an entity, it's pretty much like how anything else is. If it's really sick, it gets attacked. If it's dead, it stinks. If it's healthy, it smells sweet. It's like if we're healthy, our sweat smells sweet. It's the same thing. So the smell of living soil happens with the bricks. So I was explaining to you before the sugar and how that works. The other thing that's important is the microbes, when they feed on the sugar, they create their own internet underneath the ground, underneath your feet, basically, and they all talk to each other. So they all look after the other plants. This is to keep the other plants healthy too. If one gets sick, then there's others that get sick, and if you're not watching, you can have an infestation. It is important to keep that internet, mycelium network going, because it's a living thing. You've got to kind of try to remember, we're not talking about a subject that you add layers and then you add more of this and you take away from that because it's got this and it's got that, and it's so complicated and it ends up being so expensive, more time, more machinery. And from our position, we are the complete opposite. Less is best. So that's big saving right there. When the microbes are in the soil, they make tiny microscopic holes in the soil molecule. That's where you save 70% of water. Why? They can catch the condensation even at night, and it's held in those holes. But it can't be held in there if you don't have a cover crop, or you don't have hay or whatever, you know, anything that covers the soil. And it's best in areas like this to be at least 200 mil covered. When it rains, that's a good thing. And let me see. And those little air spaces mean that the soil is floccated. The air circulates down into the soil, the nitrogen fixing microbes in the soil, put nitrogen from the air and hold it in the soil. So can you imagine you have an army of helpers helping you with your farm, and they come up to the top and they go back down, and they come up and they go back down. And what they're doing is they are literally sucking in the nitrogen. We are breathing 78% nitrogen right now. It is an unexplained science. because you're looking at a gas. You're looking at something that's not real. You can measure the 78% in the air, but that's fixated into the ground. Can't be measured. This is not a science. This is Mother Nature. And this is a different way of looking at how we see the farming process. The idea is, as I was saying yesterday, one of the most thirstiest and hungriest crops is cotton. The second is potato, and the third are the stalk breeds, hemp, sugarcane, and bamboo.
Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry.
The hungriest and the thirstiest.
Hungriest as in nutrients, and thirstiest as in water.
Suck everything out of the ground.
Yep.
Water.
Yep.
Is the cotton, number one, potatoes, number two, and the stalk varieties after that, hemp, sugarcane, and bamboo. Now, Earthfood has certifications. We are 100% USDA certified. I think there's a screenshot for that. We've actually missed quite a lot, but we're just going to move rather quickly. Certification. Oh, here's an interesting one. Let's just look at that. We'll just work through it. It doesn't matter. 1 hectare of hemp releases as much oxygen as 25 acres of forest. Hemp grows in 4 months and trees in 20 to 50 years. 1 acre of hemp yields the same amount of paper as 4 acres of forest. Trees are recyclable paper 3 times, while hemp makes recyclable paper 8 times. Hemp paper is the best for the most durable. Hemp textiles also surpassed flax linen products in their properties. Hemp is an ideal plant product to produce ropes, bags, shoes, and hats.
What's flax? I was in Western Australia and there's a museum, a flax museum. Linseed, a winter crop. Linseed for the oil. Leonium. Lino. That black sticky, it's not from the fibre, it's from the oil, from the grain. Just all these wonderful crops out there. Faba beans at the back, broad beans. We'll talk about that later. I interjected there at an appropriate time, it seems. So linseed is flax. So they make, there's a company in Holland called Hemp Flax. They harvest the winter stubble of the
these ones. So
linseed stubble after the grain.
Let me catch up.
So flax is the stubble of the grain crop linseed. And there's a museum in WA. It's amazing.
I'll just give you a couple of ideas. When you've got a when you're going into microbiology of the soil, it's bee friendly, it's reef safe, it cleans up waterways, it'll eat metals that are, if they're destructive to the soil. They actually make the trace minerals that we're paying so much money to put back in. They have selenium. If you're growing hemp for a food, it's really good to say it has this in its background because you've got 40% more protein in above ground greens. You have 40% more yield, and you've got you save 70% of water. These are all facts that have come out. We've got miles and miles of data. We've been around for like 27 years, mostly in the US. We probably didn't really want to do much business in Australia sometime, but we've decided that we've come back to pick up the act. We have here certifications. It's not on the board, but we have 100% USDA certified organic bio based product. We're 100% OMRI, CCOF organic standards. We're EcoCert certified in the EU, and we're Southern Cross certified here in Australia. We can make up to 1 million litres a month.
Where's your factory?
On the Sunshine Coast.
Sunny Coast, where?
It's west of Noosa.
West of Noosa.
Yeah.
That's where we all live.
Yeah. So there's something I really want to show you. I don't know, can you see that little photo? I know this is kind of cute, but this is a microscopic view of grass with microbes. It actually has happy faces in them. I know.
Happy faces.
It's just so cool. That's fair dinkum. This is the land.
That's AI. AI.
For real. That is for real. And you know, like, and even the farmers, when they've used microbiology, they tell me, and as you know, as farmers, you have a soul connection to your land, that they sense their plants are happier. Is that weird? Yeah.
Music. How about music?
Okay.
When
So, sorry, question one at a time.
I'm just
sorry,
trying to
there's a couple of quickies.
through.
Is that all right, Bron?
Yeah, I'm going to get straight into the hemp side.
Sorry, can you ask a couple of questions?
Yes,
here,
mate.
one here.
Yes. No, I'm sorry, don't.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
We're scientists. We're scientists here. Short show. Sure.
For example, a little bit of sick in the microbe, maybe that base could be sick as well, sort of. Can be if they're
sick.
Yeah, if microbes got sick at unhealthy soil.
Oh yeah, well no, they fix unhealthy soil, and they'll even fix the chemicals that have been in the soil as well. So as we call it, Mother Nature's repair toolkit. This is her repair toolkit for fixing the soil to bring it to its best optimum level for production. We're not a standard compost tea, because a standard compost tea can have pathogens, absolutely. And there is a system where the microbes can clean things up. So a lot of people are worried about, for those of you who are interested in the frequencies, because yesterday you were mentioning frequencies, the microbes have a frequency of 8 to 12 hertz. 8 to 12 hertz is the same as a bee's wing. That's the same that they would use to purify the honey. And when you have microbes in the soil, it resonates to the bees, and the bees are attracted to those areas. Yes, it is unbelievable, and it's true. Very believable, yeah.
Yes. Before you go, I just remembered something came up yesterday. Someone wanted to talk about these vibration machines yesterday.
Yes, that's all about that.
So are you talking about that now?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, because we did want to cover that today, and someone might want to add to it. Thank you.
So there are varying kinds of ways of, everything has a frequency. Like you have a frequency, just standing on the planet Earth, you have a frequency. The Earth has a frequency. We know these things. And it can be a sound frequency and a vibration. So the frequency of the microbes have, if I can describe it like this, they carry the storage of the frequency on the membrane around the cell, the entity. Now, if you have a whole area here of microbes, and if I sat in it, just sat here for 20 minutes, that can have such an effect on me as an individual that it can reset your nervous system. It has that kind of, where everything becomes aligned to the frequency. This is the microbe in the soil, and the plankton in the sea is what's the glue to our planet.
Say that again. Microbes in the soil.
The microbe in the soil and the plankton in the sea is the glue to this planet.
Restorative energy order, where human beings are energy pumped via our lungs, our blood system. In the middle of the night, we cool down to about 4 degrees. It's part of the process, and all energy creates waves, and those waves can, people claim they can see orders, they can be measured, and it's just not limited to humans.
Every living entity. Yeah.
And when it's healthy, it's called restorative energy order.
Yeah. So John is leaving at 11, thank God. So anything else? You can. I've asked you to move your car. Did we capture that?
No, nothing is the battery. It's dead in line.
Just by the way, you're
Sorry.
That's right. Yeah, there we go.
8 hertz.
8 hertz. And the microbes are 8 to 12 hertz. And that's
Thanks.
why there is a symbiotic relationship between the microbe in the soil, plankton in the sea, the root structure of a plant, the plants that we eat, us, the air, the water. It's one. I sound like I'm you know, had my hemp.
What did you have this morning for breakfast?
My hemp breakfast.
What did you have? We had hempola for breakfast. Hemp breakfast.
Shares it.
I got it. It's here. Share the love.
Okay.
Ask and you shall receive.
Okay, now just bringing up some points here. Now, some people talk about electroculture, and electroculture is it doesn't work, right? It certainly doesn't work in dead dirt. One of the reasons when it does work is when you have living soil. For it to work, you will need living microbes in your soil, and you will need moisture in your soil. And remember what I said about the microscopic holes in holding the moisture? That's how that can generate. Now, we know that just with microbes alone, you can have an increase, particularly in your second year, if not, or your second growing crop, as more than your first growing crop, up to 40% more volume, more yield, more guts in the plant. I'm trying to find that word. It's the substance in the plant. Okay, and the thing that if you were to have that, plus if you're going into experimental stages with electroculture, that can bring it up to another 15%. Now, I don't know about you guys. I'm really keen to have a look at this in a deeper way, and I'd be happy to work with someone on a farm and prove this. Yes?
I'll just explain some physics point of view quickly. I'm actually physics expert. Actually, of the electrical only work in soil. It's basically potential difference.
Here. Yeah.
We have trillions of cells in our body. Cells.
Yes.
Maybe that is a lot more about the physics side of it, mixed with the biology. But the cell needs an electrolytic factor to give itself a potential difference to its environment so it can operate. And it can receive a bunch of frequencies. We've got trillions of frequencies coming at us all the time. When I say trillions, I'm exaggerating. It goes in line with some machines called magnetrons or whatever they are, where a bunch of scientists for many years, German, Polish, Russian, 50s, 60s, looked into all the cells in our bodies, cells,
yeah.
In other words, where they best operate. When they actually get bombarded with that frequency, the cell comes to life and went to the bottom. The frequency stuff. So it's the same stuff. Just looking at it from an electricity side compared to a biologist.
And the thing about the air, everything's together. So you've got air. And remember I was telling you about this, the nitrogen's being taken down to the earth. And now we've got air has static electricity in it, just who we are. Tesla. Yes. So the using your device, it could be copper wound. I think it's anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere and clockwise in the northern hemisphere, because as you know, either side changes things. What it could be just a copper wire on a stick. For me, in my model of the world, I like to have one in each corner of an area.
How big are they?
It doesn't really matter. For me, it's...
Stewie's got 8,000 acres.
Well, yeah, well, he's not going to do that. That wouldn't be... Say, what would you say, 3 kilometres?
Radius.
Radius, is that right?
I'm
you want to do
asking
that?
the question. Throw a number.
Yeah.
No way. Close.
Yeah, closer. It's, yeah, so that's an assumption that the microbiome is healed. That's right, given. So, where am I up to on my head?
My writing's getting better. How come?
Yeah, it is.
I think I'm focused. Is that what it is?
Okay, so the static electricity comes down into the soil. If you have the established microbiome in your soil and the moisture, and you've got your ground cover. Remember, the ground cover is the number one thing with all of this to make this really happen. The static electricity sets off like a party with the microbes. It's like feeding kids at a party a ton of red lollies. They just go nuts, and they get excited, and they reproduce really fast, and they work really quickly, and they produce make the roots produce more sugar, and there's this excitement, and there is a boost that happens to the plants. It is a thing. So anyway, I'm just going to keep moving along. Would you like to have a, can we just put that little video up? Now, part of the thing with farmers, and look, I truly understand, I work with them all over. They've got $100,000 worth of product sitting in the shed. They've got all the gear, and they've worked really hard. They've got people working, mixing soils and elements, and trying to get the irrigation systems working this way and that way, and measuring all this sort of thing. And then for some person like me turning up saying, oh, you don't need to do that anymore. Just forget about that. You should try this bright, sparkly new thing we've got. It's not going to happen. And so what we've done is we've created a program where people can still use what they've been used to, because we're talking about commercial confidence here. Farmers aren't made of money, although it looks like it, but yeah, so whatever they're using, however they're using, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because that's the important part of their confidence. They actually have to have yields at the end of this month or the end of this crop season, whatever. Do what you normally do, but the returns will be different, but let's work on that over time. Use your sprays. Wait 2 weeks. Use the Earthfood or this microbes. Then you probably need 6 times spray in a growing cycle. When that's done, typically, as we have seen, I have real reports from real farmers where I've got some over there. I've got one, particularly this one. This is the detailed printed out version. This is more of a marketing version. It's just the highlights. This is sugarcane, closest I could find for hemp. I haven't done hemp. That's the next project.
Are you looking for some hemp crops?
I am. I'm going to.
Who's planting hemp this spring?
Come on. I want to see some.
Gympie, Tamworth, down the road.
I want to see some hands, because, guys, this
Who's
is
planting hemp this year?
Time. That doesn't matter. I work on many farms.
It's all relevant.
It's all the same. It doesn't matter how big your field is and what you're growing. At the end of the day, it's Mother Nature doing her thing. What we need to start to remember is to get out of the way, stop interfering, and let her do her thing. She performs magnificently. She performs magnificently. If only you'd give her a chance. We're just so used to, for the last 80 years, buying things in boxes and IBCs and spraying stuff like Vietnam. And we've just got to stop for a minute, have a think. I'm not a preacher here. Please don't think I am. I know a lot of science and a lot of money and everything's gone into everything we've done. But if we just took one little crack in that whole system and just had a look at it and try something that maybe might save a shitload of money and time and labor and get the stuff that you're wanting, which is profits, which is a year that's worthwhile, which is a saleable yield, not something you kind of hope would make it on the market, something that's actually going to bring the bucks in, something that is worthwhile, high protein, whatever your measurement goal is. What happens if I could say to you, this is achievable, let's work on this together. I can't say I'm going to produce miracles for you in your first crop. What I can say, working with what you're currently doing, adding a biological solution, you can find that you'll get at least 15% increase, at least. Eventually, you will have the confidence to start changing and modifying your program to maybe just being just microbiology.
Haven't you gone left? Yeah. Haven't you gone there? Can I say another word? Sorry, Bronwyn.
Yes, can we put the video up, please?
Can we say one word? Are you describing biomimicry? Is that another way of saying it or not? We're trying to imitate nature. We're learning from nature and trying to learn from it.
No, we're doing nature. We're helping nature.
What is biomimicry?
That's copying.
Learning from nature?
That's exactly right. So let's just watch this. This is a farm. I'll explain. This is a farm west of Gympie, and it is as dry as a donga. There's nothing in there, and you'll see that. And this man, yeah, just have a look at the dam. I kid you not. He converted to using the microbes, and he has, when he does his watering, this is his measurement of water. And remember where he is. 1 cup of water every 2 meters, once every 2 weeks.
Say that again.
I know. Just sink this in, guys. 1 cup of water every 2 weeks. So every 2 meters and every 2 weeks.
Is this on an acre, on a garden bed? What's the context?
This is a mini farm. This is a farm.
Mini farm.
A market farm. You're going to see this, but it applies to anything that you're growing. It's the same. It's this ecosystem, right? So just enjoy it. And I will come back and I'll just tell you what happened 9 months after this. And I think you're going to be stunned. So please continue.
The rains are very reliable. And the dam overflowed to the point that you could boogie board it from the main stream coming out of it. Fish would fly across our paddocks.
Wow.
We catch them with that sometimes. But each year that's gone, it's got slightly warmer. So the earth's getting hotter and drier. This farm is drying out, there's no doubt.
Only in 2019, the United Nations declared that we only had 1 generation time frame left of farmable land on the planet.
Yeah, thankfully the earth is pretty incredible. It can rebound if we create the conditions for it.
So this example over here is a new planting in Simone over here.
Yeah.
And so at every maybe 500, there's a different type of cash crop. One cash crop will be immediate, for example, papaya in 6 or 8 months. They're hiding in the grass at the moment. The next one will be 1.5 years. We're getting bananas up there. This whole system is designed to feed itself. And I've sprayed all the real microbe all over this. That's why it's so green. Yes. And look at the rest of it. See the difference?
Oh, yeah.
You see here, I've got irrigation under the. Yeah. So
And you have it.
that might be 40 days. It's still wet, isn't it?
It just feels like you've just posed it.
Yeah. So there's a great test they do when they go out and try and re-educate these old redneck farmers. They have a moisture test with a bunch of containers with different soil types in it, and they'll pour a glass of water in each one, and they'll see one that's healthy and got plenty of roots and worms and microbes in it. Soil and the water penetrates through it in double time. And the soil that they dug out of the farmer's paddock to show him, the soil sitting on top, the water sitting on top like that, taking forever. In fact, some of them aren't even percolated. It's called a percolation test. Their answer to that problem is like a dog chasing its tail. They then think we've got to rip and till and plough again for decompaction.
Break it up.
And it's this endless vicious cycle that they lock themselves into. It's killing worms, kills the microbes when they get exposed, and it bakes the soil out and you lose all the moisture. It's the worst thing you can possibly do. So we've got to find a better way.
A lot of the weeds have medicines.
They do.
You can actually eat a lot of them.
They do. Well, that's a good point. And a lot of breeders and farmers are hooked on Roundup is that they think their fields have to be perfectly clean, and they're scared that weeds eat their produce with their trees. There was a study by a Canadian scientist who found that natural forests communicate with each other and actually trade nutrients. What these weeds are doing is helping cycle minerals in the soil. So I might cut them once a year when I lay hay down, but I let these weeds go because they're encouraging life under that mulch there. If you deleted them all, there's nothing going on. And so these little plants, some of these weeds I've knocked back, dozens of times, and they just keep growing back. That's exactly what I want, because it's mimicking the natural system. So this is an example of a new form of agriculture called syntropic, and it comes from Brazil, designed by a man called Earthfood. So he studied the way that forests are multi-layered, and one plant will have its day come through pioneer plants and reach the sun. And there's multi-levels of each species, and they all come in their own time. And he harnessed this system in a totally commercial and profitable way. So he designed commercial rows, and he put symbiotic species together that works really well. And he has citrus that they'll have, and bananas to biomass. But what he did was introduce all sorts of trees like eucalypts, Australian eucalypts, because they add like a big straw down to the groundwater and bring it back up. What I used to have was enormous water flow across this field, and used to flow down into that dam and overflow it and run off down into the creek next door. But I figured that if I did these north-south roads and along the land here, then I'd stop all this water loss. So even the times it's still green. But before the part of the late land, it used to be grazed by sheep. Nature is far more clever than we'll ever know.
That's third-party testing, in major universities around the world. And what they come back with is you got 40% more protein per above ground green leaf. There's 40% more growth, more yield to the crop, or lush in a plant, or size in a flower. It's like it's shifted almost half again. 70% saving on water if you use regular. And of course, it's 100% made in Australia as well.
I like to hear it. If we're certified organic here.
Gee, that cost you a bit.
It did, but it's really, and as we are, if you weren't certified, we couldn't use it. Simple as that. And this is to me and many of my farmer friends, this is the future of farming right there. So see that field here, and look at that field over there. So it's just, yeah, you want to definitely have this. Yeah.
Anywhere in the world.
Now that we've science have been more aware of microbial life and the incredible complexity of it, and now doing studies on carbon capture that microbial life is able to affect.
That's right.
And they're saying that even a healthy grass paddy can sequester hundreds of tons of carbon per hectare. So as opposed to the soil that's open and no life in it and been tilled to death. So it's till and kill, or go on to working with nature instead of against it. So we till it just once, and then we form up the tree rows and plant these forever food forests in it.
Yeah.
And thankfully, this is the last time I'll ever till this soil. This will be the last time we use that tractor.
And you're going to put that tractor out pasture.
Tractor will go in the shed, so it'll slow down fast.
Yeah.
But, you know,
No
very
till.
well coming up.
Yeah. Right.
I've had one, even organic colleague with 400-acre farm. He has to buy 200K a year just to replant. They're trapped in this deadly cycle of chemicals and tilling and, you know, exposing the soil to the hot sun again, over and over and over again, because they're in the industrial ag system. So I guess it's easy for little farms like us to make a change. But there's some big brave ones are. You've got to look at all the arrows in the quiver to fight this drying out process, this climate change, which does seem to be happening, whether man-made or natural. Doesn't really matter to me, it's happening.
Mm.
So this syntropic road that you're seeing behind me and in front of us is an adaptation strategy. And I don't believe we have no choice. We've got to do something or we're going to lose a lot. We're just going to see food shortages in the future. And this system here is 100% protecting the soil from blowing away, from drying out, degrading.
Now starting to invest in these massive greenhouses. You don't even need to do that.
No.
Don't even go there, guys. Just, you know, put the microbes in there, do your covers, get it sorted.
Yeah.
So these are pumpkins of Bronwyn's white roads. And this pumpkin field is coming to an end, but we have been picking for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And we sell a couple of 100 kilos a week at the markets on the weekend. And there's just no end to it. The productivity of the field is astounding. These eggplants are a year old, would you believe. They're just finished now. It's over, but a typical eggplant crop is 4 months and finished. And we've been picking for a year until they're finished.
What we've noticed time and time again is customers coming back to us, telling us that since they've used Earthfood for such a short time, or used the microbes, they've found that the soil is springier. You can actually put your hand on it and they actually spring. There's in it. Whereas without the microbes, it's not hard.
Until it's all baked hard.
Yeah.
That's exactly true. They aerate the soil, they encourage root and fungal growth, and water penetration. Then you're mimicking the forest, really. And have you ever seen anyone fertilise the irrigated forest? We've never sprayed a chemical on this farm in 8 years. And yet we're quite able to produce very nice produce, as you can see. Nothing wrong with it. And in fact, there's very little bug damage there. There are other guys that are spraying it like Vietnam. So if I can do it, why can't everybody do it? The other thing we've noticed is since we've used the microbes, the resilience of the plant, its immunity system is stronger against bug attack. So
normally around this time of year, the moths are starting again. And we're starting to see caterpillar damage. We rarely see it. And with the exception of the occasional hole here and there, the cattle is in fine condition.
It's great stuff. You know, I'm so thrilled. I love hearing these stories. I love hearing people's delight and joy and getting their hands dirty and getting food and, you know, not relying on anything that comes from a conglomerate because you don't know where it's been. Mother Nature has given us these microbes. That's her toolkit for repair, for herself. This is her own best health practice. By denying that microbial care in the soil is denying Mother Earth the opportunity to repair herself.
Yeah. If we left it alone, we don't introduce these toxic chemicals that are designed to kill all this. Yeah. Right? If we leave it alone, it'll work perfectly well for free. And this is the crazy thing. We're destroying the very system that feeds us. You can just provide all of this stuff to us for free. With a little bit of effort, but you know.
We've also now know that insects will attack a sick plant. So if you're feeding fertilizer to the plant, it's actually becoming sick. It's like if I feed you a steroid, geez, you're going to look great.
Yeah. And
then next year I'm going to have to give you more because you'll need more. And then the year after, and you're going to look great. Awesome. But eventually you'll die young.
It's an artificial boost.
Yeah, it's artificial. And it's actually forcing the plant to uptake. It's not a natural thing, whereas the microbes actually take what they need and they work with it for their own immunity, their own strength. They work with their roots. So yeah, we know for a fact that insects will attack sick plants.
It's just once you've inoculated it and it's, you know, it becomes self-sufficient. And the work and the labour and the influence and the costs just go down and down and down every year as it goes on. But the return that you get from a system like that just keeps increasing with the maturity of the plants. And nature is far more clever than we will ever know.
Thank you. So,
Bronwyn, is that available on the website?
Yes, it is.
So just click on the website.
Yeah,
that's available. There's products here.
Yep.
There are handouts here. Please
So
take them all home.
To the hemp information, I'll just quickly finish up on that for you, because this is in regards to the big Louisiana sugar cane trials. This is working with an existing farmer who has been going across from chemical to biological. This here is the full documentation with all the measurements, so people like yourselves might be interested in looking at that. Have you got that up there? It should look like that.
Sorry, yes, Becky.
Yes, Becky.
Per 10 hectares. So divided by 10 is how many? Thank you. I'm glad you're still here, John. How much? Yeah. You said 22,000 per 10 hectares, so that's not for 10. Okay. Thank you. And no matter what input we put in, whether it's Earthfood, Biodynamics, Roundup, Napalm, it's just a spreadsheet. Yep. As Stu will tell us, anything yield increase with the same inputs is all profit. It's all profit. Any extra yield. We just double the amount of biomass.
Yeah.
We just double the amount of biomass on a farm who's got the headers. I'll show you the videos. It's all profit. It's all profit. Sorry, Bron.
No, that's what Adam Jones was saying. So before Earthfood, he had 2 to 3 wheelbarrows of pumpkins. That's pumpkins, right? After Earthfood, he had 2.5 tons, 4 cycles from the same vine. Yeah. Now, in that doc, I'm going back, circling back to that, because you could see when I was walking through the rows, the trees were to my knees and the crop covers were to my ankles. We went back there 9 months later, and you can see this on the handle in YouTube, Your Earthfood. There's a podcast, illustrated podcast, where those same plants 9 months later are 2 meters above my head, ready for harvest. It would almost seem impossible to have a banana tree ready for harvest in 9 months. And that's to grow from my knees to 2 meters above.
Impossible.
Exactly. But it does. That's what I'm saying. Get out of the way. Now, I just want to draw your attention to this is a farm in Louisiana. What this was about is that building commercial confidence with an existing farmer who is using a program for his crops. We worked with him. So the recipe is his normal program. 2 weeks later, after the first spray, we did the Earthfood, and then we continued that 4 times in this particular case in his trial. So unfortunately, it's in American pounds, but you can even see at this point that we have an increase here from there to there, and these are measured. And there's more details if you write to me, I can send you yourearthfood.com. Send me an inquiry and I will make sure you get the documentation.
Pounds per acre is kilos per hectare. Same. 2.2 and 2.4. It's the same conversion.
So
pounds per acre is kilos per hectare.
Quickly. Is this the next one? Okay, this is the next one. So this is the gross tonnage results. Once again, and remember, this is the first cycle. So we've gone from 36,000 to 41,000. The next one.
This is a conventional farmer, not organic, coming out of the trenches. Coming out of the trenches.
Coming out of the trenches. First time where he is not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And I chose this one. We've got many. I chose this one for you because it was a stalk crop, which is similar in
biomass.
Biomass, yeah.
They're getting 120 tons per hectare of wet sugarcane. Think about it. The average would be 90. Good guys are getting 150. Anyone else want to comment on those yields, please? What is the average? Give me a finger. I'm telling you, it's be less than 100 with the average. The best are getting 150. I was at Rocky Point only yesterday. Their cane growers at Brizzy, that's sort of the average. That's wet. Depends on the yield. Is the yield at the mill? Is it on-farm yield? What's the moisture content? There's a lot of variation. Sorry, rabbit hole.
But all of those details that you're seeking for are in that document. Going down here, this is some of the descriptions. So we've got a sand. There's sand. Someone here wanted to talk about a very loamy farm that they had. I can't remember.
Soil.
Yeah, so they do have some sand in their texture. It's a very silty loam. The pH 6.8 had some clay matter in there. Fertilized level was good, and the soil drainage was good. as a, this is just a snapshot to give you a picture, wrap your brain around something. Next. Okay, so this is the trial. It was in Louisiana, as I said. There's the contact details.
This is conventional farming. It's conventional, but he's added the spices.
Yes, so he's changing. And so all of this detail is in the report. The report's quite extensive, I think you'll find. Is that the, next
That's
one?
it.
I'm just giving you an idea what the kinds of materials in the reports are. It's not like something that's glossed over for graphics and optics. So we also see here when he's applied different things. So he has applied herbicides and surfactants. So we've got the whole level, the names of the products. You've got all that there and the time frames, 2014 and at the whole, what's that? Nearly, what that be, 9 months of spraying.
There's some deadly stuff in there, mate. You can kill yourself on that.
That's right. They cover themselves.
It'll kill us, so imagine what it's doing to the soil, eh?
That's right.
Come in, welcome, grab a seat. Grab a seat.
A guest of mine, I hope you don't mind.
That's right.
Just have a seat.
Come at the front, please. Come at the front, there'll be plenty of seats.
So guys, this is the Argo, for anyone who's interested. And the Argo and I are doing a project just beside the point. We're doing I know I'm bouncing off balls, beg my pardon.
We've got to wind you up.
Yeah, we're producing, we've got acres west of Alice Springs, and we're going to turn that dead red dirt into chocolate brown living soil and build a rainforest on there. And we're going to do a documentary about that. That's our goal right now, to document over a year, and that'll happen within a year using Earthfood. So I think there's about 2 acres. Yeah, keep going straight up. Right, moving on.
Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So down here we can see that what he was using in his water, his application equipment. So he used a backpacker spray, and he had a flat fan spray. So this here is the 2 different types.
This is putting the treatments on.
Yes.
I don't think we need to know this. Keep going.
I keep going next.
Detail. No, that's irrelevant. Let's go.
Well, there's more here. Look, tells you the temperature soil. It actually had cooled off. Next. And that's the thing about when you've got living soil, it's cool. So there's the results there. So you got 5,000 to 4,300. So
in the first year of just intervening. In the first year of conventional intervening.
So as you can see, there was a lot of chemicals that were still being used. So every time he used his chemicals, 2 weeks later we'd use Earthfood because the microbes clean all that up and feed the roots. Then they do that again. We did that for the whole year. The following year, he decided not to use the chemicals on a patch, and the yields were up to 30%. So he'd already doubled what he did this year, was up to the following year, and then he was up to 40 on the 3rd year. So that's just
Are you winding
an
up,
example.
Adam?
Yes, I am. Yes. I know, but this is, you know, like
he's on a journey.
He's on a journey.
Learning.
Yeah. And
why is he using biology with conventional? Because they're learning. Every field in the world, every farmer's block is an experiment. Every field. You ask them, you want the BMP on growing hemp? Can't do it. Every field, and even within the field, I'm going to talk to Stu. The average yield of a farm can be 100% variation within a field. That's where we're getting down to now, treating the areas within the fields differently. That didn't answer your question. But why do they do it? Bron, why do we do it?
Because it's confidence. It's commercial confidence. The farmers just can't throw the baby out.
They're not going to jump in arms and all with Bron and say, let's do this on 1 million acres. No way.
But I just wanted to say that, look, I know that this is probably a little bit different than what you're doing, and some of you are just here to learn all the pieces, but there is a ton of information. I have gigabytes on this, literally gigabytes. I have We've written stories. We have a soil scientist, an agronomist, and a horticulturist on staff. We have at our fingertips advice. We have farmers that phone us out of the blue trying to get rid of dieback.
In what?
In fields, different fields, particularly in Western
pasture,
Australia.
dieback, crop, tree.
Yeah.
That's the new word. DPI are running around finding dieback in buffalo grass.
Oh,
dieback in the west, in the rangeland. Dieback in ginger. They've had to move from Buderim to the Mary Valley because of disease. Sorry, mate.
I can tell you now, if they'd got hold of me, we could have saved them because that's what we do.
They're just a bit slow.
Yes, right. Go on. Yes, sir.
He's on it. He's on next. Graham's on next. He's arrived late, but we've waited for you.
Yes, good eye.
Because we're going to continue on from the soils we saw yesterday with Graham. Did that answer your question, or you want to go?
Yeah.
Because we're going to do that. We're going to go down that rabbit hole at Stu's farm we saw yesterday and the soil test results to CECs, all that. Okay.
So guys, hands up. Who wants to trial this? Let's get some action. Let's get some figures. Okay. So at the end of this session, I want you to come over to me and we'll get your name and your detail, like how to contact you, and we'll start talking and we'll get the machine rolling for you because
Anything
I really feel that
Anything else?
Here for you. Okay, I'm here for you, and I'm here to try and get you well down this path because at the end of the day, we need more people like you on the planet trying to get the you know, this is a wonderful product. Hemp is a wonderful product, and we need to be able to move this into ways where we can all benefit from it. It affects every part of our life if we had it.
So what we're going to do is try and translate the knowledge of regenerative, organic, biological farming in the other industries and try and this afternoon sum that up to the implications for hemp. Does that make sense? We've gone from where the world's going farming. Here's some alternative ways that we're doing it. And this afternoon with the panel, we're going to try and, well, what does that mean for hemp? Okay, that's the plan.
So guys, I just want to say thank you very much for listening to my very long-winded chat. And I'm just, like I said, I'm here for you, and whatever is going to help you with what you're doing, please contact me. That's what we do. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry. And Andrew's leaving. He's your local organic agronomist at Stanthorpe. He is looking after the hemp trial at James Blundell's crop. We are planting there in 1 month's time. It'll be harvested in March, April. You will be welcome to the field day there. Log on to Agri Futures Hemp, and you'll get all the newsletters. You'll get all the best management practice guidelines, everything. You'll get funding opportunities. Please look at grab a cuppa. We're not going to get another chance. We might not have lunch till 2 o'clock. They're revolting. They're revolting. We're going to have a bunch of the publican said, I think he was going to come up at lunchtime. And I just, because someone was having a rum top for breakfast. Not me, nothing to do with me. He just had a rum top. I thought, would people like to casually have one beer at lunchtime? Having a barbecue. So he said he'll bring up a slab if that's appropriate. So I was going to check with you. John, you got 5 minutes.
Yes. I'm going to have to
before you go. Thanks. Oh, you're on the phone. You're on.
Well, if you want to go and arrange it with
him. Any paperwork they're doing or not?
No, you just go and arrange it.
It's arranged. He's coming with it?
Well, out there.
Yeah, out there, outside, on the grass, on the lawn, on the precinct.
I did figure out something. You and I got to go talk to this. Am I interrupting?
No.
We're done.
Somebody bought a ticket, an online ticket, showed up in person. So you and I are going to speak to him right now.
Got nothing to do with me. You're organised.
So, John,
You got
I don't care if it's up
on the grass. Yeah, done deal. No, thanks a lot.
We'll have nothing to
Done
do.
deal. We good? 12 o'clock. That means we're having lunch at 12. We're having lunch at 12 o'clock. So come back now, please. We're going to have lunch at 12. 1 hour. Say hello, say hello, say hello. We're having an early lunch. How you going? Grab a cuppa. I put public in the bed. He was a dead man standing. Trevor reckons he drinks 200 a week. Look, he's Phil's fiddle, but he's losing it. You guys know. Wow. So we had to stay up till midnight for help him. Assist him lock up. Okay, cool. He had a tot of run in his coffee this morning. So I asked Trevor this, you bring a slab of beer for the lunch. So Trevor's bringing a slab of beer for lunch. And the ladies just said, as long as it's off the property. Yeah. They don't want no alcohol. They haven't got a license. That was like, I've got hemp drinks. Did you see the hemp drink? Energy food. You give them those, so we were like, good. So we did this all together. So Andrew's gone or going. Andrew's going. John's going to have a chat about co-ops and working together and value chain. You're going to be late. You'll sum up. What is the implication of this? Not just for hemp, yeah. Okay. All right. Did we lost something though yesterday? Where from?
It's mine.
Yes. I saw it wasn't yours to lose. You were concerned for someone else. I like to bring it back. I want a shovel in your Can we doing a hole out the side here at this time? Yeah, right. Let's fucking do it. I mean, let's do it. Do the pH. Just half the people missed it.
Yeah, right.
Missed it. Remember? They got lost. Yeah. Did you try the hemp one? There's a hemp energy food. Yeah, don't worry. And you drink. I like the IGA. Yeah. I got hemp everything in there. Oil, the co-op has everything. The food co-op has, but they don't read the label. Yeah, here's beautiful Bangalow hemp foods. Look at the label. China. Philippe was supposed to come, but he's just pulling up the whole factory and going to Geelong this week. To Australian primary hemp. They went broke in Geelong, so they bought them out and they've moved down there.
Does
just tear it off.
Does John have a PowerPoint?
I do.
No, not you. The one coming up now.
No. You don't want to. I don't know about it.
I'll sort him out at lunch.
We need to have a.
Just FYI, both your crutches are right where the video camera is. Yeah, the crowd are looking right at your crutches right now.
Free advertising.
It's the only way you can do it.
You got it? What do you say? You got it?
Flaunt it.
How far does the video go? Is the whiteboard covered?
Whiteboard's covered and probably about half a metre away. Yeah.
We don't need the whiteboard. I'm not fucking years together. You talking about notes? You said we're going to have minutes of this. You're going to write my minutes up. You need a camera
and a decipherer.
Camera.
I've taken photos of the ones yesterday.
The AI. Did you get all of them?
I've got, yeah, I got, I think most of them, yeah.
Well done. So, Silo, we're going to go. We've got lunch now. Lunch now.
Not sure on the hemp chemistry. Yeah. I was talking about it yesterday.
That's the women are not me.
Got more power.
It must be the energy, the vibe. What were we just talking about? The vibe. Where do you want to present from? Here. Can you get John in the video?
Let's present from there.
Yeah, I won't need the mic, mate. I'm pretty loud.
Oh, you. We need it for the audio.
Zoom.
So to turn it on, you just press that a real quick blue button once, and it will go green. And it's on, and then turn it off.
All right. Thanks, mate.
That was good. I think it's a good introduction to the day to have female opposite sex with the vibe and the relevance. We've all got like passion. Yeah. Passion. Let's bottle that. Take it home. I'll take it to Canberra next week. We've got 2 new visitors. Would you like to introduce yourself, please? Would you introduce yourself? Yes, you don't mind. Loud and clear.
Where's that from?
Yeah, I was on the phone about a band happening. Oh, yeah, I know.
I put in the bed last night at midnight and lost the pub for it.
That's where you look up.
He's coming for lunch in the flat. So Dylan is not coming.
Oh, yeah.
But did you get the machine on the youth? But not the machine. He told text me now saying he couldn't find it. And he is or not? He texted me this morning he could not load the machine on the uterus. He said the tractor could not lift.
That's not it.
All right. We did have a demonstration of a mobile decorticator that separates the hive from the herd. And I had 5 people last night hunting for marijuana trees to cut the leaf from the button off to bring them down.
I'm sorry about that. This is never going to be a decorticated first action. Just smash everything.
I disagree. I had used it at a field day. I can show you the video. The fibre comes out in big long strips. It's got a million in a big long strip of fibre. Meters long. The herd is having it. Yes. The fibre is not. Double difference. I can show you the video. The nice little, beautiful grow your own homegrown hemp home. Grown in the backyard, he turns up with a little ute in the trailer and he's got your home herd like that.
Yeah, but I need to get it on them.
All right, I'll get it up here. Be careful. Say again. Be careful. We all got to deal with the cards yourself. He's having a go like all of them. And he got flooded out, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got hammered.
Yeah. Thanks for doing it. I'm going to cruise it to go again. Yeah, cruise it. Yes.
So I'll write the details about what to get going. So we're back in the paddock. We're back in the paddock yesterday with Stuart in the rain, in the storm, in the mud. That's right, we wish. And therefore, Brian was there without a bloody shovel. Without a shovel. So we tried to dig the paddock up and we got some soil results done a month ago, Stu. So they've been to the lab at Lismore. I call it the old Elang Ingham Soil Food Web Lab, but it's now taken over, blah, blah, by the uni. Graham's doing the work there as the boss for 30 years. And therefore, We've got the soil results of this first site, which was arrowleaf clover. Remember the beautiful clover? That's his legume component to build the nitrogen in his grass pastures of Rhodes grass. And what was else in that paddock, Stu? Rhodes, yeah, and arrowleaf clover. We then went on to the factory, and then we lost half of you intentionally because we didn't want you to come and get the whole story. So it was a beautiful paddock of plowed in wheat. Why did we plow the paddock in, Stu? So you had a crop of wheat planted this winter for grazing and grain. And what does an organic guy do when the hemp's coming up through it from the crop he just harvested and some of the grain coming out of the back of the header? Germinates. You can't spray it. Everyone else, we just spray it. No problem. It's not a weed. You can kill it. Stewie can't. So he baled it and turned it into mulch for his biochar or whatever. So we've got two paddocks. The pasture one, first one, I call that a heavy soil but because it cracks and open, but he calls it light. So we've got an issue. We've got a terminology. The second one was a nice soil, but it did some weird things. And can you repeat what we saw in the field, Graham? The pH? Just repeat when you get to it. I'm just trying to take you all back to the field where we were, to visualize where we were. The first is the pasture paddock, where the cattle were grazing just before the factory. And the second one was the wheat crop that has been baled and has been plowed up, ready to plant a summer crop of soya beans. Okay, and it had a hemp crop in it last summer and a wheat crop now plowed in and baled. Thank you. That's just trying to give you the picture of where we're at, where Graham's going to come from. We good to go, Graham? Sorry. Before we John is leaving Thurtell. He's been in the industry for 4 years. He's done a massive amount of work for no money. So here's another person we got to praise and say thanks for being here. He's been in Brisbane 3 times in 3 weeks from Orange. Think about it. He's busting his gut. But he has a team of people behind him that you would not believe. And I'm talking high flyers that are helping as well. I'm going to leave it up to you, John.
Thanks, John. Thanks for all having me here. And just a couple of personal comments. John asked me to speak about the co-op that we're trying to pull together. But just there was a couple of comments I had about this group of people from yesterday and today. I think, Bronwyn, you're preaching to the converted. I think we're all of a similar mind. And what Stuart's done, he's found a way that's not necessarily much left conventional. He's doing it, new things. And it's funny that we get to this point because what this meeting means is we're all looking for change or for solutions that weren't working in the 60s, the 70s and the 80s because of the petrochemicals and all that sort of stuff. Now, we still need to use some of those things as tools, as Rob Eccles pointed out yesterday. But the exciting thing is all us here seem to be going down the same path. Pardon me, I get a bit excited. Yesterday was pretty exciting. What a wonderful pair of hosts. First of all, I tried to get us electrocuted with a lightning storm in the paddock.
Bloody hell.
Secondly, we went into that factory where I sat down because I couldn't keep up with this, and I've got this black soot all over the jeans. My wife's going to make me do my own laundry when I get home. So thanks for making me a slave for the laundry when I get home, Stewie. And then you led us on a wild goose chase. Half the convoy got lost. We got turned back. And I heard this morning the helicopter was going out to find the last 4 cars in the convoy. So wonderful hosting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But truly what you're doing is amazing. It's family, it's local employment, it's intelligent, it's commercial, and it's working. Very quickly on the co-op, I've been involved for about 2 years in the industry, and so I'm only a newbie compared to you guys. I got asked to look at a few things, and I went to the forum in Geelong,
The
annual
Australian Hemp Council
forum.
2-day forum at Deakin Uni. It's on the website. You can Google it. You can download it and podcast. Sorry, John.
One of the things I found in my research with the farmers, a lot of it was based around Tokemore and the Murrumbidgee and a bit west. And one of the things I found, or several things I found, which were both rewarding and alarming, was the look for change for stuff like Bronwyn's saying. And the other thing that I noticed, we're all trying to do our own individual thing, which is great. We have to have individuals to do things. But there was a lot of non-unification in the industry, as I'm talking hemp, right, fibre growing. And there was a lot of lack of resources, and there was no power in the industry as such, except for a few people that bash away at the government, do political lobbying, that sort of thing. So anyway, there was a speech given at the conference with a gentleman I used to work for about the suggestion of forming cooperative, which I'd suggested to him in June last year. And they started running with it at the first growers meeting we held at Tokemore in November. And I think it's the right way to go because it'll do a few things. But one of the things that came out of the forum at Geelong, everyone was on the same page.
At last, first time. It
was very positive. One of the best conferences I've been to since 1978. And everybody was interacting with each other. And then Simon got up and gave his speech on the benefits of cooperative. Now, what a cooperative can bring to an industry is unification, funding, consolidation of markets, bulk buying power, and a powerful lobby voice at government to get the silly rules changed we need to get changed. There are other benefits. And some co-ops have failed. There's different reasons for them, I won't go into it. But what we've been asked to do, and we're in the second week of a 90-day preparation trial, there's a team of about 4 of us putting together a presentation for the Australian Hemp Council, Tim Smith, to form a cooperative. We're building a map, putting forward what the benefits will be. Looks like we'll be able to bring about 300 million to the industry for all the members of the industry to access, whether you be a vegetable grower or a broadacre. And the other thing that we're going to bring, or we think we can bring to the market, is high-level processing. We're talking each mill, we're talking developing 11 mills in 5 years. Be able to produce about 27,000 tonne each. And the motto of my company, started up this year, Ag Fibre, was taking hemp from a cottage industry to a broadacre giant. And I think we can all see that if we market properly, have the right products, we've got all the growers, we've got all the knowledge we need, we just need the processing, the funding. If we do that, it's going to become a very big industry. It won't take long to outplant cotton in acreage in soil. So, Ed, by the way,
it's not a competition,
no,
is it?
By the way,
not a competition.
I'm not anti-cotton.
Here. I'm not. We need cotton.
Cotton's a natural fibre.
Not
a man-made product. And, well, we've all had our own opinions and comments.
We're all wearing cotton.
In the 70s and the 80s, I saw cotton grown, and it was horrendous. What it did to the land, what it cost, the chemicals. In the 1990s, in 1993, I resigned from Hazelland Airlines. I was a full-time employee. I was a social political lobbyist. Max had a fertiliser plant, Max Hazelland chairman, had a fertiliser plant in Goulding, boutique fertiliser plant. And we made a thing called Dynacal, which was dicalcic phosphate. Dicalcic phosphate. We were treating severely acidic soil that had been depleted by being flogged and having too much single fiber put on it every year. And it worked, but it wasn't the solution. Unfortunately, I met a bloke. 1994.
What was his name?
Bart Davidson. Bart started microbiology bomb in the soil. He grew his own yeast that he brewed, above ground swimming pools in place, little electric outboard motors, and he grew his culture in the swimming pools. Then he concentrated it and started selling it to the cotton growers in Muir. And it was very successful. It worked because it was doing exactly what Bronwyn's talking about. And he even sold that big pecan farm up there, which is huge. So,
At Muir.
Yeah. I was converted 30 years ago. So it's what we're trying to do in the co-op is bring all the things together we need to stand together, and with getting data, technology, and leaders like Stuart, and putting them in a group, funding it, and we're going to supply a full service chain supply. We will have the growers. Do you want me to undo any buttons or anything?
I'll push a button.
Things like we're going to contract the growers on guaranteed bank title. So they'll have the money when they grow the crop, number one. Number two, we'll bring all the agronomists in, train them. They'll be selling our product, the hemp product, converting farmers to hemp. Third thing we'll bring in is we'll need 10 of Bronwyn. We've already got 2 signed up, and I'll talk to you soon. So we'll bring the ability to help grow the crop. We're going to buy half a dozen harvesters and special machines that can take care of it at harvest or in the other stages. We'll build the decorticating plants. We'll build value-added employment programs, particularly in building, but some value-added products. We'll build regional development programs, seek the government to have bipartisan policy to back what comes out of the back of the factory. So it'll be regional. And there's other things bringing too. We've already got, oh, by the way, we've already got grower input finance. So any of you considering growing crops and you need input finance to cover the whole lot, including in your insurance and your diesel, everything, we've already got that organised, it's available. And we'll be forming a rural bank. So you don't have to go down to NAB or Commonwealth and convince them you're not growing marijuana. You can go to a biased financial structure that's going to support you. You'll still have to put in your profit and loss, your income streams, your assets, like a bank, but you're not going to have to sell them what you're doing as part of the future. People will already know. So we've got a 90-day period to get it together. The members of the council will vote, and if it happens, we'll be calling you all. Any questions?
Thanks, John.
Done.
In theory, this should have been sort of like the wrap of the day, but because he's leaving, you're now showing us why we're bloody here. And so the rest of the day, this is one of the targets, right? So bear with us, and for the rest of the day, realising what John's putting together has blown my mind away. So, it's been chaos. Look at me, I'm a mess. If we can bring this and focus and make this industry work, look at Norco, look at dairy, the cotton co-ops, Golden Circle, they worked. I'm not saying they were the ideal, but we can learn from them and get better. Who was drinking beer with us last night, John? Many people. I can't remember.
Correct.
Who was the woman that you said you didn't want to be introduced because you'd had one beer?
She's the president of the co-op, Beano Beef Co-op here.
Angela second.
Then I had 3 beers and a glass of red wine. It's very nice.
They stayed for 2 more hours because they live next door. I went to college with them. They're my best friends. So here we are, disparate people coming together for reasons, all right? They are the directors of the Casino Food Co-op. Check it out. It works.
Our co-op's not going to be a hemp co-op. It'll be an agricultural co-op.
Here.
And we'll be inclusive of everyone. So we'll be inviting other co-ops in if they want to come in. We'll be providing the expertise that you guys bring and put into it, and anyone can avail themselves of that. You don't have to convince me, mate. I'm anti-corporate.
Kim, do you want to say anything? Sorry, Kim Russell. He's going to sum up this afternoon instead of John.
Yes, you said you were glad you met me, but when you get to know me, you'll change your mind.
Sorry, the co-op about that comment. Sorry, that comment, Jerry. Angela second. Yes, the real world. Here. You gotta
just on that point. One thing that she said last night was they've been in it for what, 30 years?
Decades.
They've got 500 shares, and if they sold their shares tomorrow and retired, they get $1 a share. Pardon me for sitting there. What Hayden and I and the team are trying to do, or what we will do with the co-op is that the co-op will have its own income stream and it will have its own revenue separate to or on top of what you guys earn in your contribution.
Yep.
Hayden's a specialist in carbon credits. He spent the last 10 months working with the second biggest registered carbon credit scheme in the in the globe. But we got to pick our right partner. Somebody was telling us yesterday we must pick the right partners in carbon credit because in 20 years' time we don't want to tail liability for carrying the baby. But the thing about our co-op will be it will have assets. The exit strategy for the members, if they want to sell the shares, they'll be participating in the profits of both the assets and what we sell on a global market and an Australian market. So we envisage the co-op with its growth in the assets that what we will build and the land it's on, the capital gains, production levels we'll get to, everyone will get a share in that. A percentage of that will go into the pool. And if you've got shares, your CCUs, your capital credit units, when you sell them, it will be like trading on the share market because you will pick up the profit that they're worth at that time. Now that co-ops do that. People think that they don't, but they actually do if you structure it properly. And the co-op's not going to be a structure that I recommend because I'm not a co-op expert. I'm a hands-on logistics guy. The guys that are setting up as part of the World Trade University, they've already got under their umbrella 23 to 30 co-ops involved with them now. We've got people that are investors offering to bring in 300 million in the first tranche. That's for us to borrow, both as a co-op, if we need it as a co-op, and as individuals. So it's going to be a commercially profitable enterprise. Let's hope. Thank you.
Thanks. So that's where we're aiming for the end of the day. We want people to put their hand up right now. Who's got to put a sheet of paper out there who was interested in the co-op? Can someone do that for us? Who's going to do the sheet of paper and put their names on it? I need someone to do it. I can't do it. Someone, please. Thank you, Beck. On or off? So who can put the hand up? Thank you, Becky. See Becky for the list of who is interested. We will try and get email bursts out to everyone who is here and zooming in. I'm just saying, if you're really desperate, definitely give us the old list of people who's doing what to be part of the co-op. There's going to be a carbon component and there's going to be a CANAF component. And you'll hear about what CANAF is, a hibiscus plant like hemp. Thanks, John. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John has to go to a funeral. He's not leaving because he wants to. Thurtell.
Who's John's marketing thing?
Hemp Proof. Who are they? Thurtell. Please escort him off the property.
I'll just turn it on.
He has left the building. We've got lunch in half an hour. Please bear with us. We've got half an hour before lunch. Graham has got half an hour. We're going to go back to yesterday. We're going back to the field. We're going under the ground. We're going to look at the bugs and the soil, the physical, the chemical, and the biological components of Stuart's 2 paddocks. Thanks, Graham. Thanks, Stuart.
All right. I think this is coming on. All right. So today, look, I can talk about this for hours. So I'm just going to talk about chemistry, talk about the soil, talking about texture, cation exchange capacity, a whole lot of stuff there. So, and soil types, all that's texture. Yeah. So we're going to talk about texture. And look, ask us questions as you go through, because like I said, I'll flick through a lot of these, flick through it yesterday so you know where I'm going with it all. But we'll really go pretty well straight to the soil testing results and interpretation.
Sorry. All right. Just say, who are you again, please, Graham? So, Coach, we forgot. Where do you live?
So I live in Lismore, Ganelabar. We've got a few acres there. Not a farmer, more a soil chemist. Dealing in biology, microbiology quite a lot over a lot of years, and manage the environmental analysis laboratory. We're an independent university laboratory, so we share information. Got no problems with any other lab. Love working with all the other labs in Australia. We just offer another perspective on things. We're all self-funding. We're all owned and operated by the university. We've got about 70 staff now, turning about $7 or $8 million a year, so a reasonable sized business, full quality assurance. Lots of services. So we do everything from compost to biochar testing. We do compost from all over Australia. Obviously, Stuart's biochar plus compost, plus leaf soil, water, you name it, fertilisers. And we now have the degree in regenerative agriculture at the university, which I've been a big advocate of because it's fantastic to get students on board there. Worked with a lot with Elaine, and I've gone through that yesterday. Soil health card is a great little tool if you want to just assess your own soils, and that's through the Soil Caring. It's a free download. And we're hoping to organise another biological conference. We had one last year now, and we hope to have another one next year around Lismore or Gold Coast.
Hang on. I was trained as an agronomist, and we looked at the soil for its physical texture, sand, soil. We then looked at it chemically. Are you saying you've got a kit now that does biology in the field for farmers? Is that what you're suggesting? Because Stephen is going to talk about soil biology testing.
Yep.
You have a kit that does the biology or just the
observation
or the undies? Are we doing undies?
Yeah, it's basically along like that. So there's a whole kit that Soil Health Card uses hessian instead of undies as a quick indicator of your soil biology. Be aware, soil biology is going to vary a lot. So if you're going to spend a lot of money on soil biology testing, we have a soil microbiometer. It's an indicator only. So really, you've got to get your indicators for soil biology. We do the chemistry because it's more stable. Our biggest biological test we do chemistry-wise is total organic carbon. Yes, biology needs to have carbon, and that's why we use that as a good indicator to health your soil. And we're now developing soil health indicators, which we're doing a new report we'll be releasing soon on assessing your soil as a health base based on some chemical parameters, total organic carbon, etc. So look, I won't go into it too much at the moment. I'll just go through this. We all know it. You've got to have your chemistry right. You've got to have your biology right, and you've got to have your physics right. Your chemistry influences your biology and influences your chemistry. We noticed yesterday in the field we had a compaction layer occurring. There's high magnesium soils, these are. They're not super rich. They're cation exchange. I'll go through that. It's about 8 to 10. So it's a light loamy type soil, even though it has some clay in it. It's still only a light soil based on a cation exchange capacity. And that's where we get the texture and soil type. And what I'm going to emphasise today is you have your nutrient requirements in your crop. We've talked about hemp being high nutrient requirement crop. You just can't pack on all those nutrients at once if you've got a light soil. The soil will not hold on to them. The reason I got into starting up the lab is I was an environmental science student at Southern Cross University, and I was studying pollution, and I saw massive pollution of our river, waterways, groundwaters, massive in New Zealand. The reason that's occurring is they're not loading, they're overloading the soils. They're just packing on the nutrients and not looking at the capacity of the soil and the flow of the nutrients. So what we developed was 4 guidelines. So you look at your chemistry based on your soil type. You then, if you've got a very high capacity like a hemp, you may need to put nutrients on less more often if you've got really light soil. All you need to get is your compost in there, or your biochar, or a combination of all the above to increase the holding capacity of your textured soil. And they've found that in Western Australia now, they've got a lot of sandy soils. They call it soil. It's bloody sand.
Lights. That's called light. Light soil. Graham called that, Stuart, why did you call that paddock we visited light? Like that first block, which is cracked and compacted, and I call it heavy clay, but it's terminology. It's about relative.
And look, I go through my guidelines, that pH is the light soil. It's not a sandy soil, it's a light to medium soil.
Yep.
It's on textural characteristics and cation exchange capacity. So I've taken a lot of time explaining.
Yep.
We've effective cation exchange capacity is the ability of the soil to exchange cations. Cations are calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, aluminium, hydrogen. They're your cations. And look, like I said, I can talk on this for hours to get you to understand the ability of the soil to hold on to nutrients and to hold on to cations, the cation exchange capacity. So, look, biological farming, I don't care what you call it, it's the idea of biological farming to promote and enhance soil health. Now, soil health is a combination, like I said, of characteristics, biology and chemistry, to enable healthy plants and animals to naturally combat diseases, pathogens, and cycle nutrients. And that's what we want. We want healthy soils, healthy environment, and that's going to increase the capacity of your crops to go higher production and more sustainability. One thing I was trying to say, when you get down in soil, we noticed yesterday when we dug down, it's getting compaction layer. The high magnesium to calcium ratio, or calcium magnesium ratio, is an indicator of potential for compaction. And with that higher magnesium, you generally go down a profile, you get higher magnesium, which enhances the compaction zones. We saw a drop in pH for about 1 unit. The way I would explain that is...
Say that again? A drop of compaction.
A drop in pH for about 1 unit.
pH, we saw it
yesterday. I believe that's associated with the compaction zone. When you go into the compaction
site we went to had neutral soil, 6.5, 6 inches deep. Acidic. Acidic.
Yeah.
A unit.
Whole unit. So that's quite a drop, but I wouldn't be concerned about that in that that's a change in biology, and the biology are going to change with the compaction zones. And once you move into a compaction zone, you've got less oxygenation, so less air available, and you've got a change in biological population. And that can change pH quite readily. What we were talking about yesterday is you adjust the pH of your paddock with lime. A lot of farmers have a losing battle just adding lime up to 2 or 3 tons every year per hectare on a paddock trying to adjust the pH. If they get organic matter in there, that's got natural buffering capacity. You know, buffering capacity is an amazing thing in soils, which enables you to balance the pH of your soil and balance your cations. That's what we're talking about, a balanced soil which enables nutrient cycling and biology access. Aerated soils are required for your biology. So these products for biology, we've heard about Earthfood, they're fantastic, and they can enhance your soil capacity, enhance your cation exchange, but also they do need a good chemistry. And if you put them into a really compacted soil, they're going to find it hard, or a high pesticide or insecticide soil. They're battling above hill. So you really want to help these products to work the best they can, and where you want to help your chemistry and all the rest.
So we've broken it up into fit. He said I can intervene because he said he intervenes when he's lecturing in students to try and get the message, because often it goes over the head or you don't quite get it. So we're talking physical characteristics, organic matter, carbon, at different depths. It's just not the topsoil. How deep you want your roots to go? As deep as bloody possible. If you've got compaction layers down low, or tillage plough pans, or rock, or acidic levels, or pH, or salt, you need to know depth, at least 1 metre. What do you recommend?
Oh, it's if you can get down to 1 metre for your chemistry,
go
great.
for it.
But
if you have a shovel.
Yeah, if you have a shovel or a corer. So you really want to build up those nutrients all down your profile. Note the carbon testing now is 0 to 30 centimetres, which I was going to go through, 30 centimetres to any depth. Now, 1 metre is what they're working on. I think some of the companies now are going to 1.3 to 1.5 metres in certain soils. Because what they're finding is it's the 0 to 30 centimetres is good for building carbon. What they're finding with biotubation, and we're talking all sorts of microbes that can work deeper.
What did you just say?
Biotubation, which is worms. It's a term regarding these organisms, dung beetles and whatever else, that can travel down to 1 metre, and they're transferring carbon down those depths.
How do you spell it?
Just bio and then TURB. Ation. Yeah.
Aeration.
And they're working through it. And the roots are releasing exudates, which we talked about, hemp building carbon in soil. These are all mechanisms for building carbon. What they're finding is, in a good system, they're building quite high quantities of carbon from that 30 centimetres to 1 metre, which is where they're getting their funds. They're getting their returns on the carbon.
Who said yesterday they had roots to 1 metre? Stu? Someone.
I know.
Someone said yesterday.
I said it because we did trenches in Stu's paddock down 2 metres, and we had roots down there.
So you want to know what's making them go down there. And if we can't make, and why not going down there? That's more the point. If they're not there, sample. Why aren't they there?
So when they're talking about quantity of nutrients and mining your soils with biological agriculture, we're not working on a 10 centimetre or 15 centimetre profile. I think we've got to get out of that mindset where we're just working on that profile as a fertiliser company and just saying, well, we need to put nutrients back into that profile. What we want is we want our plants not just working on inorganic chemistry where you feed the nutrients on the surface, so we only have this expectation the roots going down that far. We want our roots to go deeper, looking for water and looking for nutrients. So that's what you want. You have a stable system where you've actually increased your whole capacity of your crop to grow because it's increasing that whole horizon of what you're looking at. And then you're increasing the depth of your topsoil. So now you have a much greater sustainable.
What did we talk about yesterday? You take the topsoil off. What's under there? If there's no roots growing or no biology there, nothing's going to grow no matter what amount of fertiliser you put on it. It's lost its biology.
Yeah. So we've got to build that. I'll keep going through because I'm now running out of time very quickly.
You've got 20 minutes.
So synthetic fertilisers, look, they did a purpose. They're soluble nutrient salts. Laying and they're very against them. Biology are going to battle against them. They are a salt, so they're dehydrating. Which makes the environment very tough for the biology. Sometimes you've got to add them. You can add them via a compost or add them other ways when you've got a very unbalanced. But I'll talk about a very unbalanced soil shortly. If you don't have the carbon, there's no point. You've got to have the carbon to feed the biology. And a lot of your nutrients you're putting onto the soil are there to feed the biology. You talk about compost teas or compost extract, they're to feed the biology. We have people come into us and they have a compost tea and say, oh, I want to know the NPK of it. Who cares? They're not there to feed the plant. They're there to feed the biology. So you've got to get out of this mindset of nutrients, just nutrients. We're trying to look at chemistry in regards to the biology, in regards to the physical characteristics. A rock phosphate these days, if you put it on an industrial type fertiliser or industrial type paddock where they don't have microbiology, it's just going to sit there and look at you. So we artificially, in chemistry, we take rock phosphate, we boil it with sulfuric acid, which is battery acid, to make superphosphate. And then we put that on our soils. Did we go the wrong way? We forgot the biology ever exists, and we said we're going to bypass nature and we're going to work around it. What effect will that have on the soil? It's battery acid. So think about it. So it's not the greatest stuff, but it did a purpose because we didn't have any biology left in the soil on our degradation of all our ploughing. Hammering through it. So look, we're talking depth. Biological testing, you want to look at nutrients down further or believe you've got nutrients down further if you can get your roots down further. We just want to rely on that surface 10 centimetres or 15 centimetres with soil testing that's gone. I think soil testing where it'll head is 0 to 30 centimetres instead of that 0 to 10, 0 to 15 historically, because we've got to look deeper. And that's going to start diluting your nutrients, but you need to be aware of what you've got there and start understanding it. The agronomists are going to give you an interpretation. We try to help our farmers, our clients, which are all over the country. We're doing about 700 soil tests a week, doing about 500 plant leaf tests per week.
What's a plant leaf test? Why?
Leaf test, look, I was going to go into that, but
later. Okay.
Yeah, look, it's yeah, I'll go into that a bit later, but really they're different things. They're an indicator. The leaf test is really just to see what your cycling is of your nutrients. If you've got problems with crop production or whatever else, or your fields is concerned, you can look at what's deficient. I wouldn't be running a fertiliser regime on your leaf test. I think it's more just indicating what's cycling in your paddock, what's cycling in your soils, and what's getting into your plants and what you may be deficient in. And
why did Andrew Woodford do it on his chilies or his, what was the example yesterday ago? No, why he was talking about tons. He said his organic farmers were not putting enough on. The yield potential was double what they were providing. So he said he had to up the input
so
because the yield
potential.
He was looking at the yield potential. It was way more than what they had been providing for the crop. So they had to put more on. He said we often underfeed our crops.
Yeah.
Potential.
And then
that's all profit. Anything extra is profit.
Yeah. So a lot of this healthier plant and looking at your soil leaf test is to look at your nutrients, see how dense it is in those leaves and in your fruit and heading into your body and health. But also we look at silicon in your leaf plus silicon in your soil and that's a major constituent. They're saying now that if you have good silicon levels in your leaf and in your soil, then you're building up the resistance to pests.
Andrew puts silicon on everything. He just hammers hemp with hemp is 8% silicon.
Yeah, there's different types of silicas. It's locked up in a sandy soil.
Glass.
So be aware of that. A compost has very good available silica and silicon, and you've just got to be aware of these different lockups. Soils are loaded in aluminium, which actually I've got to get to in a moment. We've gone through that. Macronutrients, NPK, we've got to get beyond that. This is irrelevant, but I put it up here to say we're no longer dictated by pH in a biological system. We really, as long as your pH doesn't really drop below about 5, that's where your aluminium starts to get toxic and your iron starts to get toxic.
How close were we at Stuart's yesterday?
We were 5.5.
So in the past, have you seen aluminium?
Have you had aluminium problems? I don't think I've seen
Never.
It's got a good system built with high carbon.
Yeah, so it's managing it.
Yeah, it's managing it.
It's self-managing. You know where the acid soils have come from in Australia? We put super phosphate everywhere. Nauru doesn't exist because it's all in Australia, the island, right? Phosphorus. What does phosphorus do? Makes legumes grow. Makes nitrogen from the air, legumes in the soil. Good. What does nitrogen do when it leaches in your soil? Please help. What does nitrogen do? You're building this beautiful, healthy soil with lots of nitrogen, lots of superphosphate. Everyone's happy. The cows are getting bloated because you got so much clover. And how? What's it doing? It makes the soil bloody acidic. Nitrogen.
It's a no-brainer. Yeah. It's acidifying, and not only that, it's leaching out. Nitrate is a very leachable element. Nitrate, sulfate is very leachable. Your boron's very leachable, and they'll wash out through your profile, which is why you've got to get your roots down deeper, and then they'll wash into waterways, groundwaters, all the rest. So it's very
acidification of the rain. What about Europe? Rain. Acid rain. Acid sulfate soils, different story, but same point.
Acid sulfate soils is a big one we're working on. I'll just quickly say before I go into there.
There's sugar cane.
The environmental impact of fertilisers is not just what you're seeing. I went to a mine in Adelaide, around Adelaide, where they had a sulfuric acid mine, a pyrite mine, an acid sulfate soil mine, effectively, where they were harvesting pyrite to make sulfuric acid to then combine it with rock phosphate to then make superphosphate. And the environmental damage from that is astronomical. Yes.
Yep. Where's it coming from? On your roof? In your gal roof? Tile. Where do you live? Tamworth.
All right.
Tamworth. Tamworth.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure.
All right, just be aware, just be a little bit careful of pH. It's only an indicator. So if you've got a very low buffered water, and rainwater often is, a tiny drop of acid in a litre of rainwater will actually bring your pH down very quickly, down to 4. A typical rainwater is actually about 5.5 natural pH.
Should be.
Yeah, because it's just got the hydrogen in the hydrogen H2O gives it that acidity. And it's because it's very low buffered. And this buffering word is really important when you're talking water chemistry. And you really got to understand what water you're putting on. People don't do enough looking at their water in irrigation because water can be very alkaline.
And do you test for water?
We test water all the time. It's a very cheap test. It's anywhere from $50 to $100. You can adjust water acidity quite quickly, quite effectively, and microbes can work very effective with it because it's generally low buffer capacity. And H2O2 is water, and you're talking a chlorine agent or
just everyone eats.
Yeah, so chlorine. It's liquid chlorine.
I'll do it.
It's a sterilising agent. I'm not a big fan of sterilising agents, but yeah, if you've got to adjust your water, I'd be using a carbonate. Yeah, if you can aerate it, it actually dissipates quite effectively with chlorine. So we have mechanisms where you add chlorine and you put it over an aerated system or a step system into a tank or something to dissipate that chlorine because we don't like chlorine. Yeah, so you've got to get rid of chlorine because chlorine is toxic to microbes. It's a sterilising agent. But don't get chlorine confused with chloride. Chloride is a salt and it's toxic in the soil, but it's very different to chlorine, ClO2. Cl2O. It's just a complex agent and it's a chlorine disinfection agent. So be aware of that. Look at your chemistry, and your chemistry on your waters is really important. In inland, they've got huge alkalinity issues, so it's the opposite of the acidity issues, and they've got some chemical agents now to try to help that, but they've got biological agents which can also work very effectively to treat the...
So we've gone from soil test to plant tissue test to water test. Yeah. There's a lot. If we don't measure, we can't manage. We don't know what's going on.
Compost test. Compost are all different. You can have additives. You can have Stuart puts all sorts of additives in there. You can have an alkaline compost. You can have compost with phosphate added or biochar added, and then you've got biochars that ain't biochars. They're quite different. So we're actually got a classification scale now for biochars based on their carbon content and their other purity, and you can look that up. There's all different guidelines for different types of biochar different applications. A biochar can be a high carbon, which is good for storing and capturing carbon and giving a home for biology, but some of them can be low carbon, which can be quite effective as well for other cation exchange and that sort of thing. So I'll keep going because we are really out of time. All of these nutrients, what I want to make a point here is essential for photosynthesis. These are all biological processes the nutrients are doing. They're for rapid growth, increased seeding, fruit production, nitrogen deficiency has indicators, but they're all biological processes that require these nutrients. So we're not feeding a chemical system, we're feeding a biological system, and that's where I think we've lost it over the years. Magnesium helps to activate plant enzymes. So these are all biological processes that we've got chemistry working with, and all these nutrients are for the biology, for the plant growth. Carbon, it's the neglected nutrients. Everyone talks about NPK. What an NPKC?
Yeah.
Because
let's vote for that.
Yeah.
But
NPK.
What does Tim call his company?
Does he call his company?
I would prefer that for NPK.
Yeah. I'll go see NPK.
Yeah.
So carbon is so important, and I really think it's a neglected nutrient. We're stuffing around with this NPK and others. Carbon is one we really need to get in our soils, and that's the thing that we've lost in our soils. We've lost over half our carbon in our soils in
Can
Australia.
you please explain that in detail? What has happened in the last 100 years of farming?
The problem with our microbes is they love carbon. And actually, if you look at the compost system, it burns up carbon. It creates CO2. So if people, I know they talk about farting cows, one day it's going to get on too soon. Let's get rid of all compost because it creates CO2. We're actually burning carbon in the process because our biomass is 4 times down to 1 time. And that's actually concentrating the carbon, the microbes. It's converting the nutrients. We've got a whole scale. I can do a whole talk on the changing nutrients with the composting process. But it's a very natural process. It's actually what's required in nature. And that's biology, actually consume carbon and make CO2. But it's how you create energy in a system. And all our systems need energy. And that's what photosynthesis is all about. So we can get right into the biological photosynthetic system of creating energy in a system, but it all requires carbon. Now, what we've done is when we go and go through a paddock and we dig it up, we're activating all the microbiology. That microbiology is working with that carbon and burning it up and turning it into CO2. We don't want to do that all the time. These things are quite happy. The fungi is quite happy, but as soon as we disturb it, we're actually getting rid of the fungi because we're digging it and they don't like to be disturbed like that. And when we're doing that digging, we're activating the biology, what biology we've had there, and burning off the carbon. When we've got no biology left, then we've just got carbon there, and we're aerating that with what small biology is left, and that's turning into CO2 as well. So we've actually got inland soils in New South Wales now that are around 0.1 to 0.2%.
0.1.
That's what they're running down to.
What were they? What were they?
Look, though, from what we're doing is we're getting farmers now to go into their paddocks next to it, their tree line or their fence line, and looking at that, and look, they're 2 to 3 to 5% carbon. So that's why they're doing this carbon credits, because they're looking in adjacent areas to see what they can get their carbon to. And is there a limit?
So that's a 10-fold drop from 1 or 2% to 0.1. That is now up there. We've mined the soil, it's gone up. What if we put it back? What are the benefits if we put it back? Yesterday? Money.
Money, water. It's a no-brainer, this carbon thing. I mean, it makes so much sense. I've gone through it yesterday very quickly. We need the biology just to give a house and a food for microbiology. That's where the structure of the soil comes in. We need the carbon to conglomerate that soil into clods, into PEDs, into the full structural characteristics of the soil, which allows percolation of water, which allows the soil structure, which is what we want to look at. So it's so important for the actual building blocks of soil and the planet, basically. There's a few soil nutrient references that don't go into there for you. I'm going to go very quickly. Cations, why test the soil? Who cares? It's for your own good. You've got to test it. It gives you something to work with.
You don't measure.
You don't measure. I mean, I'm just.
How can you manage?
We're a commercial lab, but we're a research lab and we're a student lab. So we don't need to tell people to test soils. They need to work that out themselves for the benefits.
How much a sample? How much for the typical normal sample?
It's about $130.
It's the physical, chemical, and biology test?
Well, the biology is only a carbon because...
Only?
Yeah, we're still working
on
the
DNA.
Yeah.
Can we go down there for a minute? Because we've got physical, structure,
We've
water.
got the university now, there's a huge research process, soil CRC, that's looking at soil biology. We are getting, I'd be going back to your undies and your hessian and all that, because at the moment it's a minefield. Microbiology Australia in Melbourne, that we're working with them on a test. We've got a microbiologist in-house who's doing a lot of microbes with plate counts. We're working with this PLFA, polylipid fatty acids, and that's an indicator test. There's chloroform treatments in soils to get your total microbes, but it's varying so quick. And as I said before, it not only varies down the depth of your soil, it varies from this paddock to this handful to that handful to that handful. It's very quick acting. And like I said yesterday, your microbes can come back so quickly. They have an exponential growth rate. So they can work and change so quickly. So your chemistry is a little bit more stable. And I say a little bit because the microbes are influencing it. It's getting locked up in your soil. And that's why we do your soluble nutrients, your exchangeable nutrients, and your total nutrients to see what stores you've got there so the biology can access it. Your traditional industrial farming can't access your total nutrients. It's wasted time, don't even test it. But when you're working in a biological system, they can access these nutrients. They can lock it up in their own biota, their own system. So you've actually got a system of storing nutrients just in your microbes.
Graham tests some of these soils from around the veggie farms. They're off the scale. It's like rocket fuel. They have put millions of dollars.
Because there's such high turnover, they are hooked into the nutrient fertilizer and pesticide regime, and they just stock the soils to way above saturation.
Imagine what hemp would do in those crops, those veggie paddocks. I've seen it.
Yeah. And that's why it's
scary.
a good crop. I'd love to put the hemp in there just to clean up.
So can you just said, you said exponential on the microbes. You can do it if you got it right. Can you tell us about the PHC? I'm diverging. We talked about PHC and acid soil. Show the scale of PHC. When we talk about 5 to 6 to 7, can you please explain what that means? 5,
sure.
pH 6, 7. What does that mean?
It's the negative log of the hydrogen ions.
I knew you'd say that. What does it mean?
It means that between 5 and 6 is a 10 times change in the acidity, the hydrogen ion.
Get that?
It's a 10 times change. So, yeah, it does.
That was the table we showed earlier. Remember, depending on where you are on the pH.
But all these things are affected by buffering. So your pH is a hydrogen ion calculation, but the best way to change buffering is the carbon or your organic matter in your soil actually has a buffering effect. So your pH doesn't change readily. And I'll explain this simply by saying, if you've got, it's a complex term, if you've got a soil with very low organic matter, it has very low buffering capacity.
Yeah.
If you have a soil with very high organic matter, it has a very high buffering capacity. You add a drop of acid to a low buffering capacity soil, it's the same drop of acid you're adding to the other paddock with a high carbon, but this one won't change pH. It's absorbed that change. This one here could change half a unit or a unit just with a small quantity of acid added because it has no absorption capacity of those hydrogen ions. So the other way I try to explain is seawater has a very high buffering capacity. It's amazing. It's about 7.6 to 7.8, 7.9 pH. It is a whole complex carbonate system in pH. You can add a bucket full of acid to it and it'll only change its pH by a tiny amount.
Because it's buffered.
Buffered.
What the hell?
But you add a tiny amount of that bucket to a rainwater or a very low buffering capacity and the pH will go down to 1.
Wow.
It's that much difference that you have this buffering capacity, and it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
It's the term that actually is what we want in our soils. We want resistance to change and the buffering.
Yeah.
but it's hard to go into. But you want this resistance to change in your soils, so they're highly buffered. They're resistant. They can absorb climate change.
You've got them to a place you want them to be.
Yeah.
You got to get them and then buffer them there.
It's a slow journey, and that's why I talk with Elaine all the time. I can't object to people using pesticides and fertilizers where they need to, because they need to get on the bandwagon of a slow journey and look at what the long-term outcome is, which is a sustainable system that will be resistant to climate change. So we really need to work on it slowly. If you need to use some stuff now and again, we don't want people going broke. We don't want them. We want them to change. These people that you're talking about they didn't want to change away from pesticides or herbicides. I'd like to think they can take off a hectare or two and just go get rid of the pesticides and herbicides and all the rest on that, and even your fertilizers, because I'd say they've got a huge storage of totals in there, and just go to biology on that and take a bit of a punt there on that small area and see the change.
Yeah. Trials. We've had offered a trial. There's product here. There's technology. Every paddock is a trial. So within the paddocks, do something different. Don't treat the whole paddock the same ever in your life. Ever.
Leaf testing, we've got some guidelines we went through yesterday, and that's just high and low for nitrogen, 1%, 2% for upper.
So it's a quick turnaround. Within a week, you've got something going on, healthy, sick. Do you do healthy, sick?
Yes.
Is that good?
Yep. Healthy, sick. So
do samples.
Don't wait till your whole thing's dying.
Dying.
Get in early if you think you've got a nutrient problem and try to assess it. A leaf test is only $50. A soil test is $130, $140. For totals, it might be another $30.
Water test?
Water test is anywhere from $60 through to about $150 when you're looking at bacteria, E. coli, fecal coliforms, or your salt scale. Your
biology is included in carbon.
Yeah,
no
DNA.
DNA. You're not going.
We are looking
Andrew will talk about that.
Yeah, look, I've got a lot of biology tests I can do, but I can't really justify the cost of them. They're anywhere from $300, and like I said, it can change from there to there.
But $300 in a 8,000 acre paddock
could be worth your while. If you wanted to look at that indicator. But we do something else, and we've got a lot of option there. This is where I talk about total nutrients, exchangeable, soluble. There's a lot of binding up of your inorganic fertilizers. So when you've been used in traditional agriculture, you've actually got a massive store of nutrients there, and we find that all the time. In our red crassinum soils, we've seen up to 3,000 milligrams per kilogram phosphorus.
What's the red crassinum and bloody soil?
It's a red clay soil in our region. It's a volcanic soil, so it's quite rich.
Spud country, Mallanganee country.
When they've added all the superphosphate, it's just getting bound up in these soils. I said before, and I want to hammer this point, watch out for aluminium. These soils, and often your soil can have 3 to 5 to 10% aluminium. 1% is 10,000 milligrams per kilogram. Not a problem. And people panic about, they get a compost test or even a biochar test, and it says, I've got 3% aluminium. That's 30,000 milligrams per kilogram. I don't want to put it on. Aluminium is not a problem. Iron's not a problem as long as your pH doesn't drop below 5. That's when it becomes available and starts causing toxicity. But if you've got a highly buffered carbon soils, your pH isn't going to get below 5. You're not going to get to the issue where it is going to release that aluminium. So people need to stop panicking about aluminium and iron. The compost and soils are loaded in them anyhow. It's the structural basis of clay. It's an aluminium iron compound, and it's what you need.
So we've just turned a pineapple farm on the Sunshine Coast and a cane farm on the Sunshine Coast that have both got acid sulfate soils. What is the pH? What is the aluminium? And how much bloody lime would you have to put on it to make a garden grow on that house that's now going on the paddock? It's full of dieldrin, by the way, but don't.
Some acid sulfate lands, we do a lot of work in acid sulfate soils. It's nearly 1-to-1 lime to soil. So you don't disturb these. You don't want it producing 1-to-1 in the strong pyritic soil.
So give me a tons per hectare of lime.
Look, it's 500 to 800 kilograms.
What?
It's just phenomenal. Yeah, right. Look, there are different applications. Your lime still has a basis. your dolomite gets too expensive in your system.
It's about cost. Why dolomite?
Well, it's supposed to be less aggressive to microbiology, and that's what Elaine Ingham is pushing. And look, dolomite's not going to adjust the pH as quickly as lime will, but it's still going to add your calcium back. Yeah.
We're wrapping this up. The ladies who are in charge here, and I would not want to upset these ladies. We've got lunch in the sun. Someone find a shovel and dig a hole in that paddock, please, next door. The corticator is not here, so I'm sorry you had to move your cars, but we have the video.
All right, you've got my slides here. I've obviously only got a part way through it.
No, you can come on after lunch.
I'm coming on after lunch, unless you vote me off. All right, thank you.
Interval.
Guys, we've got cold drinks in here in the fridge.
Beer?
Cold drink.
Beer's coming. You can't drink beer in here. The beer has to be in the paddock.
Thanks.
In the paddock.
I haven't got there yet.
What's that one? What's that one? What's that one? What's that one?
Soil. You had a little thing of leaf soil.
I want you to go to there.
Oh.
You're in. Not today. Yeah.
Very sandy. But with a lot of leaves. You know, you realise.
Yeah.
You let them age a bit, let them decay. You want to get this like a immature compost that can be damaging if it's immature.
Yeah, okay.
We need to look at nitrogen drawdown index, so I can talk a little bit more on that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. No worries.
I just want to utilise that.
Randy and Kate just left for lunch. So what do you want to do with this video?
Oh, just see if it works. This is the one we're going to demo at lunch.
Oh, right.
I better get this £9 for it.
You do better get your PowerPoint because you're on after lunch. Yeah, is it that?
No, I'm last.
Oh, you're last. So who's after lunch?
Stephen, probably.
Does he have a PowerPoint?
Yeah. Didn't you give it to me?
They might be there.
Steve Ockerby, Ag Site. I'm going to get mine ready.
Once you get it, you keep it.
What you? Yeah.
This is my brain dump.
Yeah.
For you and Dylan. So you want to take the 500 one slide, we'll copy all of them.
Put them on the
500,
list.
the 200 and the 100. I did the 200th in a day. Oh, wow. 600. There. Silo, silo. These show some videos or are you using the screen? Can you go back to the other video we had?
Which one's that? The
Bronwyn.
They're getting hot if you want to tell everybody.
He said he knows the licenses. It's a public event. I can bring videos in. That's my whole legal.
No, that's fine. He had it out there and I said.
I just told him to pull his head in.
Yeah, I just said.
I don't want to know about your rules and regulations. It's not allowed in here. Please leave it in. I ask you again.
You can bring it in.
Once
it's out there, you
can you make that you want me to announce that and get in? You say there's a cold beer outside and they can drink it in here.
Bring it in.
Excuse me.
We're going to put Katherine straight now.
No,
so
we're going to keep going through. Kathy said she'll be late. She doesn't mind.
So I'll keep on going, and as I said, keep asking questions where you like. I mentioned before totals, exchangeable, and soluble. We just want to clarify with totals, we do an acid digest. So we take boiling, like I said, boiling sulfuric acid. They add to rock phosphate to make superphosphate. We use boiling nitric acid and hydrochloric acid to boil the soil to look at what a plant available or what's potentially available to plants. So we believe with that acid treatment that the plants can still access those nutrients. It's not a true totals. So if you do an X-ray fluorescence, which is like X-raying your soil, what we find is that 44 to 49% of your soil is oxygen. Not the oxygen you can see that you can say, oh yeah, there's a soil that's loose and uncompacted and I can see oxygen through it. This is oxygen and it's actually combines with the minerals. So silicon doesn't exist in your soil as Si. Oxygen exists as an oxide, SiO2. Aluminium bound up as aluminium oxide, iron oxide, calcium oxide. So it's a part of the structure of the soil, and that's what makes up the soil constituent. You must have those oxides. You must have an uncompacted soil so these don't disassociate. And you need to have this balance. And this is all looking at your true totals. And there's your carbon there, 0.1 to 0.5%, huge range. You can even go to 5 to 10% carbon we've seen soil. So there's no real limit. There's also all these other elements, and you'd be surprised at how much strontium, vanadium, barium, it's actually greater than a lot of the micronutrients you look at in your soil. Not only that, uranium is in all these soils. It's present. We don't know if they're essential nutrients. Really, no one's done the research on what the biology requires to really feed the plants. So we say our main nutrients are NPK. How do we know that uranium, lead, cadmium, mercury aren't essential for some process? Thorium, yep. There's thorium present, yep. It's only a part per million or so, but we're looking at molybdenum at subparts per million in soil. So it's greater than a lot of, and it's naturally occurring. Arsenic, lead, cadmium, they're all naturally occurring in your soil. Mercury is naturally occurring. It's not a contaminant. It's only when we elevate it to an extent that it's toxic that it starts transferring through the roots and into the plant that it becomes toxic. As we talk bioaccumulator for the hemp, it's where you take small quantities of, say, chromium from a soil and keeps bioaccumulating in the leaves or the roots or the stem of a plant. And as we said, hemp's a good bioaccumulator. This is where I talk about the Earth's crust. The crust is here. Need to move this back. You've granite, your crusher dust, which is basalt, and your shale. So crusher dust is something we use a bit, and it's got to be finely ground to make these nutrients available. It has high levels of aluminium, like I said, which isn't a risk. Massive levels of silica, 23%, 230,000 milligrams per kilogram. And I've got there the conversion, 10,000 parts per million, which 1 part per million is 1 milligram per kilogram is equal to 1%, 10,000 of them. So you've got to be careful. A lot of sodium, but that's leached out of basalt by the time we get it. This is the pure crust basalt. And then you have all these other nutrients. And the reason I show this is the natural crust and the natural rocks that the soil are made from have all these nutrients. It basically has a whole periodic table. So we don't put back the whole periodic table when we add fertilizers. We add just a couple. And that's the advantage of adding a good compost, a biochar, a diversified compost, which has lots of different ingredients, so that we're adding all these constituents that I believe are essential for the plants via the biology. So the plants may not take it up directly, but we've got to sustain the biology. And then the biology does the job of looking after the plants and looking after the soil. So that's what we're looking at. And there's thorium sitting down there. TH, 1.5 parts per million in crusher dust. Granite's 20 parts per million. So the Earth's crust is an average. Yeah. So
what's the definition of the Earth's crust? 100 kilometers deep, 1 meter deep?
Oh, look, the Earth's crust is just that layer, that thin.
One layer, 1 meter to 20 meters?
I think it's much less. I think it's like 20 meters or something like that. So it's only a tiny little crust that actually sustains life on the planet. Without that crust, we wouldn't be here. But all our soils are made from all these granites, these basalt, these are the things that are underlying our soils, in our subsoils and down in the horizon. That's what makes our soils, and all these creates our soils through a biological process. You can't make it chemically. Well, I suppose you could add sulfuric acid and try what we've done to rock phosphate, but I'm pretty sure it won't work. Biology plays a very natural process on creating the Earth's crust, and we've just got to go back to that process. So then we look at, in our traditional soil testing, is for physical, chemical, macronutrients, phosphorus, potassium, your micronutrients. So I won't go into this because I'm just going to get bogged down too much. When we do our test, we look at the very soluble Morgan extract, Reams from America. We look at the exchangeable, calcium, sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium, your micronutrients, and then we look at these totals. And we look at NPK, calcium, magnesium, sodium, carbon, copper, zinc, iron, manganese, boron, silicon, molybdenum, cobalt, selenium. When we actually do this, we do it by inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry, which we like acronyms, ICP-MS. We actually get another 20 elements we don't give you, but we're keeping a track of it. So we're getting uranium and all those other things to see what we're monitoring. We do a lot of research as well. So we're seeing what's there, and we're accumulating that data that one day we'll get a research student on that. Another test I haven't mentioned, and it was mentioned before, what biology test do we do? We do this one. It's coming quite popular. Rick Haney from Mahaney Soil Analysis. It's a service we brought in from America. It's a Haney soil test and gives a Haney soil health score. And here we do the microbial respiration, which is a total microbial count using Solvita here, which we've got the representative Solvita here. And that gives you the total microbial count. We do a water extractable organic carbon and organic nitrogen. We do a labile plant available carbon. We do an inorganic and organic nitrogen. We do a water soluble nutrient, and we use this Haney extract, which is an extract which is basically designed to simulate organic acids to see what they'll extract in the soil. And then we're looking at all the available phosphoruses and these Haney extractable nutrients. However, we do have limited Australian data on this. It's something new, so I can't say to people, just jump over to this, because we haven't worked out a fertiliser regime on working at deficiencies. And agronomists, if you threw this at them, they'd probably throw it back at you because they're having enough battle trying to understand their basics, the standard soil test. So if there's an extra thing that does give you a soil health score, and if you're really interested in getting all this information, and it's very useful information. As I said, we're probably doing, I think, about 50 to 100 of these a week.
Have you got an example that you can just show us?
No.
No. Okay.
I do, but that's on another
result.
slide.
Like, what is it, 1 to 10, and why? How do you rank it? You know,
I've got it. That's a whole nother talk.
Another talk. Okay. But so take that home as a service.
Yeah.
I need to understand. I
can go through it, but it's another whole soil. I'm trying to go through a standard soil test.
That's good.
This is another level.
And Solvita, Stephen will do.
Yeah, Stephen does. He's up the back here, and he sells this. And Solvita is actually a test that's used for our compost testing, where we do a Solvita CO2, and we also do a Solvita ammonia to look at the maturity of a compost. I haven't got onto maturity of a compost. Someone in the break mentioned leaves and organic matter on a farm. Whatever you take on a farm, even chicken manure, mature it. It's got to be aged, because if you don't have aged organic matter, it actually has a nitrogen drawdown index which is greater than the plants, and it'll actually suck the nitrate out of your soil and your plants and actually compete with your plants. So you've got to have a mature compost, and the test that we do for compost Australian standards is we've got to make sure that mature compost. We do the Solvita and various other tests to look at the maturity of the compost. It's got to be aged. If it's still producing a lot of heat, then it's not fully aged, and it's also not fully mature, and it can compete with the plants. So you've got to be careful of that sort of thing. Mentioned CFI, Carbon Farming Index, soil carbon analysis. It's the emissions reduction fund. They're looking at 0 to 30 centimetres, 30 centimetres per metre, and we're doing thousands of these at the moment. It's a big risk. You've heard the risk here today. You've got to be very careful of it. It's very strict analysis. So whereas a normal carbon analysis for us is $20, for us to do the carbon analysis in a profile of soil where we've got to mix that whole soil is $60, and for a big, deeper profile for 30 centimetres to 100 centimetres, it's $90. So it's quite a lot of work for us, massive work in the lab actually, to do that sort of testing. But we need to do a very strict guidelines, and it's all our quality assurance, because we need to get it right as a lab, and all the labs around Australia need to get it right. A lot of labs we've been dealing with around Australia. I'm the chairperson of the Australian Soil Plant Analysis Council, ASPAC. We check out all the other labs to make sure they're doing things right. At the moment, there's a lot of them that aren't doing this right. They aren't fine powdering the soil, and I'm just a bit worried for the industry if labs are going to get away with shortcuts on it. But they can cut the cost, and that's what people go towards, a cheaper cost. So it's something that's got to be carefully looked at, and all labs really need to.
This is a nightmare, isn't it? Up till now, they've audited the methodology's been a nightmare.
We've said the warnings. It has huge potential if you're a good farmer, but your baseline cost can be really high, 30,000 plus to do it properly. And if you sign over your carbon credits to another provider, then you lose your potential. But you've got to look at what works best for you, and talk to the providers and really, see how you go with that. I can't talk about. I'm not going to get legal advice.
Please.
This is where I talk about these general guidelines: heavy, medium, light, sandy. A heavy soil is a clay soil. It has around a 20 milliequivalents per 100 grams or centimole per kilogram cation exchange capacity, effective cation exchange capacity. So that's your heavy. It's around that 20. So if you've got a soil around the 20 CEC, you might just hear it called 20 CEC, cation exchange capacity. That's a clay or heavy. You use that guideline. It's around the 14, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then you'd use this medium soil. And then you've got your light soil. And that's where these Maracesa soils are sitting, around this light soil. It's a loam compared to a clay loam and a clay. And it's around the 8 CEC, 7 to 8. And then you've got a sandy soil, which is 3. Loamy sand, sandy soil. A pure sand is down at 1. Now, anything of these fine soils here, they're very low holding capacity. So they're very low cation exchange. You can't add a lot of nutrients to it. And that's why you've got to be careful on what you're doing. But there's another concept called sufficiency index, which I wasn't going to talk about today, but I just want to mention it. This low level grows plants. So when you're running a system, if you've got this lower level in your soil, you're not critical. You've got some nutrients there. So this agronomy is all about having enough nutrients to grow your plants. You've got to be putting nutrients back so you're not getting down to this level. But if you're down there, you should still be able to grow your plants, especially if you've got the microbes activated so that they can start solubilizing these total nutrients that are there as well. All right, now we've got some soil tests. So we've got DC here and S1, the hemp paddocks. We've got all our first part, I call it. So there's 3 parts here.
Which is which, please?
I'll find out. DC, is that the first paddock? Yeah.
So in order of where we went yesterday.
Yeah. So your first paddock, typically I go straight down to pH.
Yes.
6.43. And that's nearly an alkaline. The guidelines for the heavy soil, and I've picked heavy soil here because let me have a look down here. All right, we were talking light before. Some results I was looking at before had a 7 CC. And this one here is actually got a 22 CC. It's actually on the heavy soil, Stuart. So it must have been another paddock I was looking at before. Just be careful of that. These results here, a 22 CC and a 23. Majority of calcium, so really good calcium levels. 16 centimoles per kilogram, which converts to nearly 7,000 kilograms per hectare. Which is 3,000 milligrams per hectare, milligrams per kilogram. So these are all conversion units. They're actually the same number, just converted with units. So 16 centimoles per kilogram of calcium, exchangeable calcium, converts to nearly 7,000 kilograms per hectare, converts to 3,000 milligrams per hectare. So halve that number. So these are heavy soils. So we then pick the heavy guideline. So correction there, apologies. On that, you're looking for a soil pH around the 6.5, 6.4 for the first paddock, and 6.07. So it is more acidic, that second paddock there. even though we were talking by the field test there at about 6.5 for the surface and 5.5 for the sub. Now, seeing the sub we were looking at was just digging down a bit, 10 centimetres, we've effectively mixed that surface with a little bit lower, and we've effectively got an average pH, which makes sense for what we're looking at there. We got your soluble calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus. Typically, the soluble phosphorus, the Morgan phosphorus, is very low in our clay Australian soils, very different from American soils. So when we brought in the Morgan extract or this soluble extract, we thought we could simulate American conditions. We can't get a soluble phosphorus to potassium ratio. The soluble potassium here is 143 milligrams per kilogram or parts per million, and your soluble phosphorus is 4. In America, they aim for a 1-to-1. You can't get that in Australian soils. Our phosphorus, we got very high iron and aluminium rich soils. So whatever we do in America, we've got to be very careful. Australia is very unique. We've got ancient soils. So we try things and they don't simulate to the same extent. Phosphorus, we did various types of phosphorus, Bray 1, Colwell and Bray 2. Agronomists will often just look at one, but I'll tell farmers look at all of them. Because often your Bray 1 might be low, your Bray 2 and Colwell might be high, could be around different characteristics there. But there's plenty of phosphorus in these soils. These are available type phosphorus, not your total phosphorus. And for this one, especially paddock 2, got 74 parts per million of Bray 1, 203 parts per million of Colwell, and the guideline is 80, and 227 parts per million of Bray 2 with a guideline of 90. And they're just a rough guide, but it means you're never going to be worrying about phosphorus in these paddocks. Now, Stuart's just been putting his own products on there and compost. Would there be any inorganic fertilisers going on these paddocks, Stuart? Long time back.
Hang on, it's not all there. Where is the link?
Yeah, so these are loaded in phosphorus. They've got good calcium levels. They've got good organic matter, 6%. We're talking about that. And that's a 6% organic matter is a 3% organic carbon. Your conductivity, which we haven't talked about much here, it's another name for it is called ERGs. In America, they use that name. 0.1, that's low. And then that second paddock, 0.24. So that's getting on the higher line. But that's your activity in your soil, your conductivity of your soil. So you want some activity in your soil, but you don't want it too high where you've got elevated sodium and chloride. They're your salts you've got to watch out for. And generally your sodium chloride goes up, your conductivity goes up with depth. So the deeper you go, 30 centimetres, 60 centimetres a metre, if you've got salinity problems, then you'll find higher conductivity and higher sodium chloride. Yes.
It's going to be in the Ockerby.
Well, we do it on a dry weight basis, all soil tests, and then we add water to solubilize those salts and then measure it. So it may vary with biological activity, but it is dominated by your sodium chloride. It is also, sulfate is another main nitrate. Potassium will give you a conductivity. So it's going to vary a bit, but it's a pretty stable sort of measurement.
Can we keep moving? We need to understand Stewie's soils, and if we can focus on the implications of the soil and therefore the implications to Stewie, what he's going to do. Yeah. What's the use of having all these frigging numbers if we can't interpret them and make sense and turn it into a management plan?
Yeah. So here we start to get into where it implicates, and that's what I was just moving on to, implicates the whole farming. Here you've got a 16 milliequivalents of exchangeable calcium. You've got a total cation exchange capacity of 22. 16 divided by 22 times 100 gives you a percent. And that works out, if you do that calculation, you can do it, it's 69%. So that's where you're looking at your ratio of your calcium to magnesium to potassium and sodium. You can see whether you've got a sodicity issue, and these ones here are very low, 0.4 and 2% sodium, but they're 70%, 60 to 70% calcium, which is great. But magnesium should be 12%, and it's 25 to 29%. So this is where you've got to look at your soils and the proneness of that soil to compaction. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Compaction.
Now,
That's what I was waiting to say.
I know. But
have you said calcium, magnesium yet? I might have missed
so
it.
calcium magnesium ratio is 3. It should be 7.
Thank you.
That second site where we actually really saw the compaction is down at 2.3. Now that's just the surface. It's going to get lower. It might be 1.5 down at 15 centimetres. So
how many soil tests do what it should be? Often they just give you the results because they want to hold all the information and knowledge, and you have to go and ask them to interpret. Good companies say, this is what you should be aiming at. Most companies don't give you that.
So controlled traffic is something I didn't talk about, and it was hammered to me. Controlled traffic, if you're proneness to compaction, you've really got to stop any compaction you can. So work around your set travel areas, making rows effectively around your farm instead of just travelling all over your farm and causing compaction. Especially when you're on a bad calcium magnesium ratio, you've just got that proneness to compaction. Compaction leads to poor biology, and anoxic biology can lead to pH changes and all the rest. The more organic matter you can put in there, you can counter that impact, but yeah, there's easier ways to counter it.
So I'm just going to jump in there because I'm an agronomist. When I see a problem, you got to solve it. You got to offer options. Stu, sorry. Thanks. Both. Beautiful. Thanks.
So
you're providing.
We have some agronomists we're associated with who do for an extra $50 or so. So this might be $130, and then for an extra $50 we have Thurtell. We have what's your one called? Oh, there's another one. There's about 3 agronomy reports. The one Stu's recommending it's one that's actually we've been using the last few years, and they go through and look at what compost rates you need to put on to add the nutrients back to your crop. They look at what's deficient and adding that, and they look at a full organic type remedial action. So they're an agronomy report. This is all recommendations. These are all guidelines I'm talking about. You've got to really sort it out yourself and get understanding yourself. Well, that's what I encourage. But we do give these extra options.
So what's the use of getting the data if it's you can't interpret it, or then you've got to ask someone to interpret for them? And in your particular case, it's not just a generic one you want. You want it for your farming system, whether it's organic, conventional, in transition. You know, are you Queensland, coastal, desert? They need the context. They need the environment you're living in. A soil is not a soil. You know, soil. The old soils ain't soil. We really got the agronomist has to know. You're the lab just spitting out results. It has no context. Is it getting 3 meters of rain a year? That's going to hugely influence whether it's 10-inch rainfall in Whoop Whoop.
Yeah. But that's why we provide these guidelines, because we want people to empower themselves, to not just rely on your agronomist, start relying on yourself. So we give these numbers. I try to teach people how to look at these numbers, and it's not that hard. You look at your zinc and say 4 parts per million in paddock 1, 10 in paddock 2, your guideline's saying 6, guideline. So it's not too bad. It's not that far off 6, 10s. You've got plenty of zinc. You look through manganese, iron, copper, boron, silicon. So plant available silica, we use a hot calcium chloride extract, 80 parts per million for paddock 1, 94 parts per million for paddock 2, the second one we went to, guidelines 50. It's only rough guidelines, but a lot of soils we test only have 10, 5, close to 0. So that's been added with all the compost that Stu's added, or all his natural soft products, or silicon he says he puts on various products. So Stu can talk about that, but that's been very useful. There's a carbon-nitrogen ratio, which is a very underestimated parameter. It's running 11 for paddock 1 and 13 for paddock 2. 13 to me is a bit of a concern. The guidelines 10 to 12. It's actually a very reliable indicator. And then indicates, look, how valuable that carbon is, or how useless your nitrogen is. That's the organic nitrogen. And if that's unbalanced, it's another unbalanced characteristics of your soil. And that's where you can have carbon that's not activated and nitrogen that's really degraded. So if you're looking at a carbon nitrogen ratio of 13 or even 15 or 17, that to me is looking at a degraded nitrogen system in your paddock. So there's a lot of these little indicators, but you've sort of got to know how they work. Then we have a basic texture where we've just done a texture in the lab just to have a look at it, and you can compare that to the characteristics of that soil or the cation exchange capacity. They should be similar, but some soils can be a little bit different. And then we have an estimate on chloride, which is just a calculation. But that characteristic came to clay and loam, even though the cation exchange were quite similar. When we feel in the soil, they've got different characteristics. You've got to remember, soils are a very complex system. And we had once had a mathematician come into the lab, do a course, and they were saying they're the most complex system they've ever studied. They are extremely complex. So if you don't understand it all, don't worry, they are bloody complex. But that's what makes them fun. Clickers stop working.
Good.
No, it might be slow. There we go.
Like me.
So we have some guidelines on all our reports. So we try to explain what cation exchange is. Good. So have a read of all that. Good. Yep. We try to explain what soil water pH is, and back to calcium chloride pH, which is 1 unit lower, thereabouts. And all this calcium magnesium ratio indicates good soil structure. So we've tried to put information down there, and that's all color coded. So you can see the coloring there. So we're trying to make it easier for you lot to understand what it all means, and that's what we're there for. I said this yesterday, healthy soils, that's what it's all about. Sustained biological activity, cycle and store nutrients, decompose organic matter, inactivate. I said this yesterday. Compost, why? It's a balance between organic materials and produce heat, consumes oxygen, and yeah, is required to add oxygen and cool it. So we need to mix that in an anoxic composting system, an aerated compost system. You can make compost in a non-aerated system where they don't add air at all, they don't mix it. It's a whole different chemistry to that. And there are a lot of people that have that working as well. So I can't knock any way of organic matter, and this is all just organic matter utilisation in a farming system. The microbial respiration I talked about. Aerobic respiration is glucose plus oxygen. That's the food, the carbon, plus oxygen makes carbon dioxide, water and energy. So aerobic respiration makes energy, and so does anaerobic respiration. So these are all natural biological processes to break down organic matter, which is what makes our compost. And these happen naturally in a farming, not in a farming system, in a forest system. So we've taken soils out of a rainforest and a deciduous forest, all these different forests, and they're cycling nutrients and they're composting themselves. They've got fungi, bacteria working in a natural system that actually enables a very highly productive forest system to function, just like a coral reef. It all works on a cycling of nutrients. Just in agriculture, we've got to interfere with that whole process because we haven't got a forest dropping all leaves and we're taking off biomass. And that's why we've got to get actively involved in our biology, in our chemistry, and in our physical.
How much have we got to go? I just need to know a time.
Just about finished.
Thanks, guys.
So benefits of compost, long-term increases in soil organic carbon. So you want to build up your soil organic carbon, carbon sequestration, which is greenhouse benefits, because we can solve the CO2 in the atmosphere. We know we can put it in soil. We know we can store it in the quantity of soil, especially if we're looking down on metre. Improves cation exchange capacity, carbon trading, mining benefit, as I said, neutralising, improves soil biology, improves crop yields, slow release, higher plant available nutrients, because compost has all different ranges of nutrients, bound up and also plant available. Water holding capacity, as we've mentioned, compost really adds to that, and reduced offside migration of agrochemicals and all those sort of things. So it has its massive benefit for your farming system. On our downloads, so EAL website, we have interpreting EAL agricultural reports. It can be interpreting any agricultural reports. It's just a simple way, a two-pager, just so you can read that and hopefully give you a bit of insight into understanding what your results mean so that you can get all these numbers, not just throw it to the agronomist, look at yourself, have a look at a guideline column, pick the one that matches your cation exchange capacity of your soil type, is it heavy or light, and then go through and really start understanding what you're dealing with. That's about it.
Sorry, Bronwyn. Peas. In the cooking of the compost, yes.
It also produces ethanol with this, which is alcohol.
So what's causing this? I missed it. Is it compaction? What anaerobic, meaning no oxygen, from compaction, for example? Not just compacted, it's causing other things.
So it needs a maturing stage. So after they do a proper anaerobic, they've got to actually have a maturing phase because ethanol and the nitrous oxide will dissipate, but it's got to be given time to do it.
Stu, got any comment? We did touch on the pile we looked at yesterday, just been mixed. It wasn't hot, it was aerated, but then there would be other piles later in the cycle that would be cooking at 60 to whatever.
We should have got everyone to stick their hand in that compost
We did.
today, did we?
We did.
It can get pretty hot. We don't want to go on at 70 degrees. It go turn to charcoal and be damaging. So it's got to be aerated and turn and the water added, and it's a complex system.
Any more questions, please? We're gonna have a late night if the way things go. I think it's going to go. Just keep going.
I think I'm done. So yeah.
Thank you. You're kidding.
Well, you should.
We just said
you get the results.
That's what I'm saying. They provide the option. Here's the results, or do you want advice with it? They've got options. That's called advice.
And that takes a week for the results. So,
well, hang on. What doesn't it have a column of what you're trying to? Yeah, that's the
send
problem.
an email through because we've always. I don't know how that's happened, but
it's yours.
Send me an email.
Yes, there. Go to the top. Go to the top.
Well, I'm very busy, but if you don't get a response from me, either just send the email again.
I like that. Anything else? We're going to follow with more soil stuff, soil biology. You know, we talked about we couldn't measure soil biology. We're now going to measure soil biology. We're going to go down that rabbit hole, and it's not just undies. All right?
Okay. I'd just like to introduce Katherine Goulding. She's a compliance officer with New South Wales Department of Primary Industries, and you're going to be talking about licensing and the general regulatory structures around the growing of hemp, of industrial hemp. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kath Goulding from New South Wales DPI, as Kim said. I'm based here on the North Coast. And hemp regulation is just one of the things I do, as with biosecurity. So it's all the acts in relating to that. So, and hemp's one of them. There's a few licensees here today that I know that I've been dealing with for quite a few years. So, and with Stuart, I've known Stuart pre-hemp even, back with his soybean and seed pasture crops. So, yeah. I'm born and bred North Coast, so I know the area pretty well. And yeah, so that's me. I'll get into this. So they've asked me to come and give you a bit of a talk on hemp licensing today. So I know some of you will already know the ins and outs of that, but just there might be a few people out here who don't know. So we regulate industrial hemp in New South Wales, which means it's for industrial purposes. So it can be for food, if it's seed oil, or it can be for fibre. At the moment, it's under permit for livestock because it's to do with going into the human health chain. Generally, our licenses are for 5 years. And then there's a process to go through to get your license, which can take some time. So don't sort of go, oh, I want to start growing in October now and put your license in, because it will take longer than that. So there's kind of two parts to it. There's having your license, but then also you need to have where you're going to grow approved as well. And which is usually, you put in the details of the property, and if you're not the property owner, you can choose to do it on someone else's land. You don't have to own the land, but you do need that landowner's permission to grow a crop there. It's usually, most of the time, pretty straightforward, but occasionally there is the odd hiccup. What else can I tell you about that? Also, you can have, and quite a few people do, have multiple properties against their license. So it doesn't limit you to just one property. You can grow on more than one property, but they all each have to be approved to be able to grow on. There's probably one of the main things when you are growing, that every time you plant a crop, you need to notify us within 7 days that you have a crop in the ground. And then once it's getting to the stage of needing to be sampled, then again, you need to notify us so that we come and sample. And locally, it's myself generally, but yeah. Most people choose, so we classified crops into areas. There's a fibre or seed, and the sampling regime depends on which crop you decide to go. If you grow a fibre crop, then it must be sampled before it's flowering and also harvested. So you can't go on to grow it out as a grain or as a seed. So most people grow for a seed crop, which then we sample it at approximately 50% seed set. Now, if you nominate it as a seed crop, then it's okay. You can also multitask that plant and use it as fibre as well. It doesn't limit you. But unlike if you nominate it as a fibre crop, then it can only be used for fibre. But nominating for seed doesn't mean that you're only just going to use it for seed. You can do both with it. So there's more flexibility if you nominate it as a seed crop. So, yeah. Yeah. It's probably just the way it was originally classified, and yeah, but look, pretty much I don't know anyone around here who's nominated a crop as a fibre crop. It might have been some of the ones down in Genevieve's area, down in the Hunter, that may have, but you know, everyone up here's always chosen to go with it, nominating as a seed crop. So yeah, to give that more flexibility. And also often people want the seed to re-sow themselves. So yeah, since it's often hard to get seed stock for sowing. Yeah.
You'll probably cover this question, but is the regulation similar in other states?
No.
Right, there you go. Yeah, why am I surprised?
Every state is very different. Queensland's very different. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Yeah.
So it'd be difficult to operate into states.
You could, but you'd have to
comply
in both states. Yeah, yeah. No, just Northern New South Wales. Yeah, yeah. So I've got counterparts in the Hunter and down in the South Coast and out in the Riverina and out that area as well. So, yeah.
Is there a move at all to nationalise the regulations?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment. So I know that higher up, so I'm just, like I said, I'm at the basic inspector level, but I know higher up they do regularly meet. All the states have a representative and they do meet and discuss things. But there's still some states still treat it very suspiciously. And yeah, so it's the way it is at the moment, because I actually did manage to attend one of those meetings earlier this year, which I don't normally get to, but they happened to be in the area. So I got a Guernsey to go and be an observer. And yeah, there's still definitely strong opposing opinions in some states. Yeah.
That's necessarily wrong with federal law.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So we also have to sit, like we also sit under the federal laws. And so whatever we have in our regulation has to meet that as well. We can't sort of go out on our own and say, right, we're going to do this. So yeah, there is that component that we're going to meet that. So if they did turn around and say, right, the whole lot's legalised, go hell for leather. Then
regards to your opinion, what is the law of New South Wales regarding eating by animals with the cannabis of plant? What is the current law at the moment, as far as you know?
As far as I know, at the moment, food stock that are going to enter the human food chain, it is restricted on what you can feed to them.
So hence is still this which you. I thought at one stage you said we can not feed it to our own animals. So if I don't sell the animals, then I can feed it to them, but if I'm planning to sell them, I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, yeah.
And is there some who makes those decisions?
That actually sits under, so that as well as like you got the Hemp Act, the New South Wales Industrial Hemp Act, you've also got the New South Wales Food Act, and that comes under that, and that's also governed by the Australian and New Zealand food standards. Yeah, yeah, and they make those decisions on animals that are going to go into the food chain. Yeah.
But it's interesting how that they're letting animals to eat it. But is there anything in the pipeline where it's going to be allowed for humans to eat it? Like for human consumption to eat?
I believe so. I mean, I don't know. I have heard that there is submissions gone in to them, but that's all I know. Yeah. So, but I also know that there is a research study being done in WA at the moment on other parts of the hemp plant other than the seed going to livestock. So, yeah, and they're sort of waiting on the results of that. I mean, that's probably, I think that's got another 2 years before that research project ends. And so I think they're waiting on the results from that.
Okay. So somebody said yesterday that it's now in New South Wales you're allowed to extract from the plant resin?
Yes.
Can we get that in writing?
You can.
It'll be in the regulation.
You can. And that was actually something I was going to bring up. So it's just recently been, we got legal opinion on it, and it's on our website. So if you go to DPI and go into the hemp part with all the under the summer crop section, yeah, it actually mentions it, and it says it mentions resin several times, and it'll show you where in the act they changed it. And,
okay, so
yep.
The other question is, I guess they're still working on it, is if we're allowed to extract it, then what are we going to do with it once we've extracted it? What? So
part of the, I know that part of the submission for that was someone was wanting to produce a building product glue.
Yeah, we find out.
And
I've heard of pesticides being made with it, really good pesticides.
I mean, you still got to meet, there's still THC levels that you got to meet, and it says all that in the, yeah. Yeah, I tried to get them to give me a fact sheet on it, and they haven't produced one yet, because it's only like, but literally been in the last like week or so that that's happened. Yeah.
All of the press.
Get a letter advice saying that you're not allowed to extract.
Probably not. Probably not. I doubt it. Resin you can. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, if you go to the website, it is definitely there. I had a look myself last night. So yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It is definitely different from Queensland. Yeah.
They're not nominating extraction methods.
No, it doesn't say that on the website. No.
So do you need a license to do this, or is it?
I would suggest you contact licensing and get it added on there.
I will.
Just to, yeah.
What about when you register the seed crop flexibility? So they include that extraction in that.
Yeah, but you've also got to have in your license, you've got to have what you're producing from the hemp. It's usually part of the conditions of your license. You got to say, you know, they call it a reason for why you want the license. So you got to actually say, yeah, this is what I'm going to do with my license. Yeah.
In regards to seeds and seed growing, all I remember having to do is the annual report, and we tell you where we got the seed from.
Yes.
And if you have our own seed, that's when we put our own hemp license. Is there any plans of getting that sort of like a legal thing that we have to go through in the future to say, well, we've got this to do this, and this to keep the argument control that, or who can control like the claim
no, I highly doubt it because we don't do that with any other plant. So that usually comes under plant breeders' rights, and there'd be other people here who probably know more about that than me because we don't regulate things like plant breeders' rights. Do you know a bit more about PBRs, Stuart? Yeah. So yeah, I couldn't see the department getting mixed up in that at this point in time. Yeah.
The plants that the levels that THC, then should be you're not stealing someone else's variety, should be able to grow it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Pretty much. So
what about importation of seed from other countries? Is there any restrictions on that for licensed growers?
For us, so long as you meet the, it's less than 0.5% THC.
So it comes with a certificate.
Yeah. But you've also, that's all we require, but you've also got to meet the federal seed import requirements, which again, I'm not familiar with because we don't govern that. So, yeah. So, yeah. So that's pretty much in a nutshell.
Is it? That's pretty.
Costs. Yeah, I'll look at, and I did actually put some handouts up the back on the table up there, which is actually in here. So I had to look it up too because I'm not familiar with the costs because I don't see that side of it. So I don't believe it has. I think the initial application fee, here it is $572. And then there's a $200 annual fee on top of that.
5 years you have to reapply.
Yep. Every 5 years you have to reapply. Yeah.
Yep. Very good. Any other question? Sorry, what was that question?
Every year.
Every year.
Yeah. Annual report? Yep. So every year by the 1st of August, you need to submit an annual report to say what you've done with your hemp license in the 12 months. And that's even if you haven't grown. Usually we just say to people, look, just write on your form, haven't grown yet. So.
Is there any other?
Can you be a hemp license holder without a property? Because I know somebody can't because he lost it.
Yeah.
So you have to have a license property
Has to be associated with a property, yeah.
So you could contract with a farmer to use
exactly
share farm on his land, her land,
which is very common, as Richard knows. Richard does that. So,
and if that poor chap that lost his farmer had, retrospectively changed the license, that could have been done presumably.
And they usually give a grace period as well for you to find another property.
Yeah.
But again, you need to be in contact with licensing and let them know and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Any other?
I just want to know what the 10 step.
What was the?
Or I can talk to you afterwards too.
Yeah. Well, you need to permit.
For plants. Yeah.
Not plant matter. Not plant matter. Plant
no, only we don't have to have it to that.
It's technically it's only plants.
What was the question? You have permission. You ask permission to move plants or plant matter.
Could you just praise the question?
Yeah, okay. So the question was, do you need a permit to move plants or plant matter? So to move plants, yes. Don't really need to plant matter. But I know people do, just so that if in the case of getting pulled over and they've got, bags full of barrels full of flour or whatever, and the local police are going to go, hello, what have we got here? So
in that case where you pull up 20 kilos or flour in the car, and the cops just going, more excited. Do we just hand them a copy of our licenses?
Yep. Have a copy, and you can even say, well, look, here's the number of the local inspector, ring them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I actually got stopped 2 weeks ago by two plainclothes police officers who insisted in searching my green van. And they did go through everything.
Okay.
Signed nothing. Gave me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and said, have a nice day. So I should have just given them the license and told them to take it off. Or got the license and let them search my van.
They probably would have searched.
Anyway, I don't know why. I did one of the 4 cases just kicking on the, but it's a green van after.
You were asking for it, in other words. Okay, is there any more questions for things the show on the road? Thank you very much. It was really, it really was very helpful. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'll just quickly see how long John's going to be.
We're going to try to do a panel, guys. A closing panel. Ask some questions and John panel.
We all had subjects to cover based on the problems, the issues, the opportunities, and where we're going.
Okay, I'll do a little sort of presentation filler, wrap things up a bit. Do I change mine?
Yeah, let's jump on this one. It's a little bit clearer than the other ones. And your clicker is here.
Thank you.
Cool.
Anyway, most of you guys know me. I don't know why the clicker's not. And just the big button will work, will it? There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, it counted back the other day, 40 years in agriculture. And just a couple of the highlights there. Farm I managed in the Riverina was the first farm in Australia to do a greenhouse gas audit in 1999. So I've been mucking around with greenhouse issues and climate change and that sort of thing for a long time. 20 years ago, we moved back to Canberra. we lost our house in the big fires, our family home in the big fires that went through Canberra in 2003. And so and my dad was a forester, and he started his forestry career here in Kyogle in 1954. So it was very nice to come back to this neck of the woods. I'll have to press the button about 2 minutes before I need to. While I'm...
The wagon?
Just go to the next one, mate. Okay, so this little graph here is the scariest thing that I came across, and I'm still drawing on this analysis. Those are the Vostok ice cores, right? This is CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere, and this is the temperatures, which indicate melting and freezing of the glaciers and the ice caps. My granddad in the Mallee farmed in that environment.
Where's the Mallee?
The Mallee in eastern South Australia.
What's the rainfall?
400
Sweet FA.
Yeah, bugger all. Anyway, that was where they were farming there. In 2007, it was about there. And our grandkids, we're here at 424 parts per million as we speak of CO2 in the atmosphere. And our grandkids have got to deal with 550 unless we radically do some stuff to change the level of CO2 in the atmosphere. They're my grandkids. I started working in this area when my son was about this age and still going. And it's really gratifying, I suppose, to hear that there is some movement in this space with climate change and what have you, even though it's fairly desperate. In a fairly long career of representing farmers and research organisations run by farmers, I think there's a handful of things that we need to do, and I think the hemp industry is very similar, and these points have been resonating over the last couple of days, and they will happen again. And we need to attend to a few of these things in a business plan or a research and development plan for the industry as we move forward. So yields. Everyone, you get talking to a farmer, the first topic of conversation over beer is what's the yields mean? And how do we get better yields? I'll just run quickly through, and then I'll drill down into a little bit more detail. Resource efficiency, water, the nutrients, both macro and micronutrients. So micronutrients are very important about efficiency with energy. That energy audit that we did on woodlands was incredibly helpful. We focused and we did investments in automation and those sorts of things that saved on an irrigation farm with 5,000 megalitres and 10,000 tonnes of production. We saved $15,000 a year straight off our electricity and our energy bills. Part of that is just adjusting the air pressure in your tyres, believe it or not, to make your tractor more efficient in traction. The third one, which is what my work sort of hinges around, and a lot of people here are important contributors to this, rebuilding soils by improving the microbial activity and soil health, which is directly linked to the water and carbon dynamic. Now, I'm just going to put a little scary figure. I don't know if anybody knows Shabazz Khan. John would, but Shabazz was a scientist working in Griffith, and we did some back of the envelope. This is when the water debate was starting in 1994 after the cap on the Murray-Darling Basin. And we did some back of the envelope numbers that if farmers got 10%, in the Murrumbidgee Valley this is, if farmers got 10% better at capturing moisture in their soils, which is what we've all been advocating, it will prevent 500,000 megalitres of going into the river.
Wow. Think about it.
Now, that's a whole Colliamble irrigation area worth of water.
How many hectares there?
That's 80,000 hectares of irrigated country in Colliamble. So that you've got to think about some of the unintended consequences of what you're doing. The fires, not burning not controlled burning and our forests and reducing fuel loads has got some huge impacts. When you have summer fires like 2019 go through and you get all of that regeneration coming with a wet season, those small shrubs and trees and saplings that are growing like hairs on a cat's back across the mountains are incredibly thirsty.
Who lost his house in the Canberra fire?
I did mention that was
sorry, I was talking.
Yeah.
How many houses got lost?
There was 530.
In Canberra?
In Canberra.
What year?
2003.
Do we remember that?
Yeah.
Do we forget?
A very interesting factor there was that if anyone's been to Canberra and they've seen the Arboretum.
Yep.
That's on a place called Green Hills. The year before the Canberra fires, there was a fire that came from Uriara across Green Hills, through that forest, down, it jumped the lake, went behind the government house and on up and into Red Hill. If it hadn't been for that fire, the fire of 2003 would have just kept going over Black Mountain and straight through the northern suburbs of Canberra. It would have been thousands of houses.
So that was a pre-burn. That was a prevention.
It was an accidental. It was a very good validation by observation that mosaic burning and controlling fuel loads in our forests and landscapes is very important. And it's a thing that our First Nations people were doing for centuries. I worry a little bit sometimes about whether they're getting a poisoned chalice to having some of their country handed back to them to manage, because they're managing it with incredibly poorly managed forests. Well, particularly I'm speaking for the ACT here. You know, not enough fuel reduction there, and they're also having to deal with climate change. So I think when we're starting to think about our landscapes and managing them, we have to cut some slack there as well. The next thing is a value chain lens, and the other one is using digital agriculture, digital decision support. I was hearing your spectral analysis talk about, or your talk about use of satellite and spectral analysis to identify carbon in the landscape. An amazing technology. So this is that snapshot. So the first thing was yield, and to get yield, we need to narrow the gap between the potential yield of a crop and its actual yield. So the farmers, how much yield did you get? We had a bloke in Griffith called 5 ton, because he always said that he got a 5 ton crop, 5 ton to the acre of rice. But that was his nickname, and no one ever actually thought he ever got there. But that was his nickname. So. And we ended up with a best management practice system called the 5 ton club with John Lacey. Anyway,
we want to do that with hemp.
Yes, exactly. I'll mention that when I get to it. It's achieved through smart genetics. Now, genetic modification is anathema to many of you sitting around the room. Genetically modified plants, particularly, are not a good thing in the hands of a corporate that's going to manipulate the market with it. But my colleague in India, for example, spliced the safflower seed, which is a very low yielding oilseed crop in India, but very widely grown, into sunflower seed. And its primary purpose was to give omega-3 oils to a largely vegetarian population.
Wow.
So you can't say that that's a terrible motivation or terrible outcome. And things have moved from modifying genetics, from taking genetics from other plants and animals, etc., and editing them. And editing them is basically just accelerating, for example, the rate of genetic potential that's done year after year with normal
within its
techniques.
Own genes.
Yes, within its
own plants genes. They're there. You just got to find them and discover them and enhance them.
Yeah.
Like hemp, it handles frost. There's hemp plants handling -5 today at Stanthorpe. We can grow it in winter.
So things like drought tolerance, frost tolerance, those sorts of things, the strengths, the amount of oil, the amount of nutrients or nutraceuticals or whatever that you get in a crop can be identified, marked, and then once a plant geneticist knows what that trait looks like, they just need to germinate the seed. And you say you sent a sample of your best seed, they would be able to draft out just by germinating the seeds, the ones that aren't going to reach that genetic potential. So you're accelerating something like 6 times. So you'll achieve, somebody was saying that they're putting a winter crop up in the northern hemisphere and growing one in summer down south, or the other way around. And that accelerates by twice the genetic potential growth of a seed crop. But this can accelerate that development by up to 6 times. And I think accelerating the genetic potential of your crop that's beloved by so many of you, that then we don't have much time, and we need to be able to use those, understand those tools and use those tools.
One of those looking at
the next step was resource efficiency. So water use efficiency is incredibly important. So using the technology, the macronutrients. We talk about the big NPK, but micronutrient efficiency is incredibly important. And micronutrient efficiency is enhanced by improving the biological health of the soil, but also using things like seaweed fertilizer. Seaweeds are quite an amazing plant, and we've used a fair bit of seaweed fertilizer derived from India. So off the landscape of India into those quiet waters in the Bay of Bengal, in between Sri Lanka and India, there are massive places where unemployed fishing families grow seaweed. And the nutrients that are coming out into the ocean there are soaked up by the seaweed plants. They take that plant and get carrageenan out of it, which is a vegetarian gelling agent and for food gelatin, and the other is basically micronutrient fertilizer.
This got to get a bit of sodium chloride. Some of them aren't suitably washed, and sodium chloride in the sea would be quite toxic to plants. So you've got to say this the issue, and we could do this. So just be aware of it.
Yeah. The thing in India is a business started by well, he's now a friend of mine. They started when it was owned by PepsiCo, and they turned it into an employment and business opportunity for about 1,200 fishing families along the east coast of India there. And they basically tie 250 kilos of this seaweed onto a bamboo 2 metre by 2 metre raft and float it out into the ocean, tethered. It looks very much like an oyster leaf from the air. And they, 30 days later, they bring it back in and it's got 300 kilos of seaweed on it. So it's very rapidly growing. And they hang that up to dry. The processing plant washes it. And if that family wants it, they get a 20-litre drum of clean water, which is a byproduct of the process. So the seaweed is washed, but out of that seaweed, they get fresh water as well. Yeah, the efficient use of on-farm and off-farm, and we saw a great example of that, of organic material and the placement of that material usefully in the soil, whether you've spread it on the surface. I'm a great advocate of putting it underneath the surface at about 30 millimetres. I was chairman of Southern Farming Systems, so if you want to look up sfs.org.au, there's some very good, they call it subsoil manuring, and it's basically putting 15 or 20 tonne of compost or organic matter underneath a controlled traffic bed.
This is irrigation, dry land, mallee?
This is started on dry land, but it's also happening now on irrigation soils. And I'd love to help us do a trial up there with his product, because it hinges around controlled traffic. Because if you do that into the middle of a bed and then you drive over the top of it, you're basically making it worse than it already was. You know, you get incredible compaction if you've got a nice, fluffy, untrafficked bed, and then you drive on that, it can undo all of that good work very, very quickly. So energy efficiency and field efficiency is really important. Now, I'm not sure whether many of you guys use GPS location and steering in your tractors and implements, but they're incredibly helpful to do this controlled traffic thing. So I think I mentioned it before, ACFA, Australian Controlled Traffic Farming Association.
Can someone write some of this on a whiteboard, please? Or not you, Kim.
No, I think you already wrote that one down. And I'll gladly share this with people who have
Great. We're all going to get it, okay?
Right, that's about that.
I need photos or videos? I've got videos. I want videos. Sorry, Kim, you all right?
I'm trying to click it.
Sorry, we're a bit slow here.
Okay, so
nothing unusual.
So this is the rebuilding soil. So I'll quickly skip through this. But it's not just about you know, it's commonly called regenerating soils, and I used to use that term, but it's I don't feel like I want to just jump on the regenerative bandwagon, if you know what I mean. I'm talking about rebuilding soils. The objectives are largely the same, but I'm not trying to pretend that I'm an expert in you know, regenerative farming. I do know soils. I do know how to commune with communities. And if you have a look on the Stump Jump website, there's a great little video, about 7 minutes, of how we engaged with a community in West Bengal. There was 400,000 people in this town, and there was about 100,000 in the poorer socioeconomic quarter of the town. And if we had a smelly compost site with their food waste gone into it, we would have been strung up. They marched on the place with placards and everything, and I said, "Come on in," and breathed a hot sigh of relief when I lifted up the tarpaulin, because it's a covered system that we use, and there was no odour. And they were blown away by the fact that their food waste, cleanly source separated, was providing jobs and this great connection of the city to soil. Can I have the next slide, please?
Sorry.
This little sucker doesn't seem to be working. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 That's exactly it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That was done by Yallock Estate. Was that? Yeah. So Yallock and John Sheehan was on our board of Southern Farming Systems.
And this was done 30 years ago with us in the Riverina with Cyro at Griffith. It was all done, the slotting. Incredible.
Yeah.
Yep. Where do we find it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Number reference.
Yeah. The Peter Wadowitz is the president. He's a really good guy. And Mahesh, my Indian colleague, and I presented our work in India at the Aora conference in 2021. So,
can I ask a question, please? We've had lunch. We've got afternoon tea. Is that correct? Coming? We ate it. I blinked. Sorry, I was in a Zoom. Sorry. No, beers. The beers are here. So I'm just trying to.
We'll keep
I just want to work out what we're doing. Who has to leave before 5 o'clock? You got to go. All right. So we're going to have a panel.
3:30. Okay.
We're going to have a panel after this, and I want to give you a how to grow hemp, and then relate that to regenerative ag if we've got time. Does anyone want to do that or not? No. Yes.
If we're finished by 5, we've got.
Say again. That's what I thought you were going to say, Becky. I'm negotiating here with you. That's all. Some people want to go. Sorry, Kim.
You're all right.
I'm just trying to, this is a democracy here. We're trying to say, what do you want? I'm just trying to organise 500 PowerPoint slides into 20, maybe 50. I can do it really quick. I've done it before. I just want to say, we want to learn from what we've done about regenerative ag. How do we put that into hemp, right? I can show you the how to grow hemp quick slides. And then we can talk it through of how we would implement a regenerative hemp farming system. That's what we're trying to do today. We're running out of time. I'm just trying to facilitate. Where's the best way to do that? Panel first, so you can have all the questions, or run through these slides really quickly and then have the questions. Who said that? We're out of here at 5 o'clock. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
The picture, Logan, a picture tells 1,000 words, all right? Hopefully my photos tell 1,000 words. And yes, I hate to say I will have to say. Sorry, let's keep going. I haven't decided how we're going to do this.
On that previous slide, which I'll share with whomever wants it, it's got a website from Jerry Gillespie, who was the architect of the city to soil model.
You're hitting them. They're moving.
Oh.
He's hitting them.
No, go back.
Keep going. Back one.
Oh, sorry, go forward.
Forward.
You can click it once.
Go.
Oh, there you go. So, yeah, just down there on that previous slide there, it's got Jerry's. It's going back there.
Let's keep going, Kev. This is the big picture. We're going down rabbit holes and they're going big again.
Can you take that back 3 or 4 slides? I'll just tell you to change it.
Do you want this? Because this is what I reckon what the industry needs, this holistic picture of pulling it together. It's about the co-op. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going back to the value chain slide. Okay, so this was a model I built in, I don't know, 2003 when I gave a paper as I was leaving my farm management career. And it's basically 6 steps from the marketplace. So you've got your land and water that you're managing. Now, whether that's irrigation water or rain-fed or whatever, you're still managing land, soil, and water. Next, you're growing a crop. You've got to manage a commodity or a crop that you're growing. In this instance, we're talking about hemp, even though it will be grown in sequence or in conjunction with other crops. So you need to understand that crop. Scale, people achieve things within their business at scale, and you'll go from fairly small scale operators up to big scale operators. And the other way of achieving that, which we do pretty well in Australia with our levied research and development corporations, where levies are paid and matched dollar for dollar by the government, and then that research is managed by growers, facilitating where that research should go. The scale here, the reason I'm labouring this point is the cooperative idea would give the industry a voice to lobby government, to do marketing, to do research that's got, solid data and measurement behind it. Very powerful element of scale.
Next slide.
No, not quite. No, the first step, like on woodlands, the primary processing was that for us. We grew corn and we sold it to a corn chip processor, and we did primary processing. So that meant we graded it, we bagged it, we shipped it to him. We even put silos down there so he could press a button and 700 kilo shot of corn went into his cookers. We cross-pollinated yellow and white corn so he got the corn chip that he wanted. I studied to this. So we really understood the primary processing of that corn before he made corn chips out of it. Then there's the manufacture, and a lot of us aren't going to be in the manufacture of products that we supply to, but you can own the relationships between these steps, and you can do things like we exported corn chips. Old Charlie Barton down in Bendigo, he didn't want to export corn. He said, I couldn't be bothered, mate. I'm too busy. So I said, right, you stack the corn chips in the container and we'll export them. So we exported very successfully container loads of corn to Johor Bahru for corn chip production, and packets of corn in corn chips in containers until the Asian crisis happened, and then the sale of the farm and a subsequent move to Canberra. But it just goes to show that you can own the relationship, you can own the markets, you can influence and talk to the markets. So cold storage in Singapore wanted these corn chips, and I was able to supply them because I had the management and good relationships all the way back to the farm and all the way to that branded product that we were selling. The other thing, Woodlands was the first irrigation farm in Australia to have ISO 9002 accreditation. And that was all about quality management, respecting what the customer wanted. So this two-way communication here is about your providing records and understanding and compliance with government and other regulations to supply your customers. And a good banker friend of mine took this to a slide and he came up with this bit. He said, it's the white bits. I'd been saying that you've got to make dollars at each one of these. They've got to make sense.
Silos.
But he said the white bits are important because that's where information or money changes.
Transactional.
Where they, I'll have the next one in that.
Money,
yes, please, yeah.
Money or information or sharing or knowledge.
Okay, so this I'd like to see this happen in the hemp industry, and we can do it. I don't know where we might be able to get a bit of funds somehow, but if we put the crop check system, which was developed by John Lacey in the Riverina with wheat check and crop check and the 5-ton club and rice check, and it's basically a dozen or so best management practices written down, and people record what they do, when they do it, and how much they do it by. And then all of that data, if you've got all of your growers in your network to supply that data, you can very quickly make some very significant recognition that certain management practices gets you the dollars. And it allows you to go into a continuous improvement cycle. It allows you to put it in the context of a whole farm management system. And the other thing, interestingly, this was what was called my 4-card trick, was that you get productivity, and this is what I always like to focus on, but you also get a quality outcome, an environmental outcome, and a social outcome in occupational health and safety. And a good example is best management practice in hygiene, in grading, and those sorts of things, or chemical user training programs. The education, skills, and training, if you're attending, you can attend to all of those sort of requirements
these days.
So next slide,
Ticks
please.
all the boxes.
I think I've pretty well said that. Yeah.
Next one.
Now this was just a little bit of an interlude. This is why I whistle so much. That's in 1989, and I used to have about 6 or 7 dogs climb up on the motorbike or the horse or whichever I was using at the time.
Hay Plains?
That's the Hay Plains. That's in front of Gunderline.
Wow. Parathul pubs around the corner.
Yeah. So just go to the next slide. Where's my phone?
There's a cotton gin there now. 3 cotton gins within 100 k's.
Yeah, that's the one. Is my phone there? Yeah. Look, I'm just going to share this poem with you, which I wrote in 1989.
Oh, no.
And it says, the plough signed the land's receipt where sheep once reigned supreme. Their pads gave way to some degree to a farmer's crazy dream. Not happy with its God-given course, the rivers were stemmed and turned. Their life-giving blood was drafted off to give the soil what it yearned. And deep below the soil's crust, the earthen pores were filled with crystal stores of water, for which they calmly drilled. Through humming pumps, the water rose and spilled across the plains, giving life to that farmer's dreams in fruit and golden grains. A land transformed by water, its aspect redesigned, to turn it back the way it was, we're mostly disinclined. And as with most streams in our lives are taken with a grain of salt, so too with these water flows a nightmare's briny colt. We may let it have its head and gallop clean away, or lay a gentle hand in it and ride another day. Let's hope this rider and his horse will go forward as a team to view down the track this farmer's crazy dream. Now, I've just written.
How old were you? How old were you?
I was, what was that? I was 29. And so I just wrote this one, you know, through the day here, an addendum to this farmer's crazy dream. And maybe, because of an ancient plant, that crazy dream could come true. Food and fibre and medicine, bricks and concrete, and a social lubricant too. But it won't be just a single crop. It won't be a monoculture from sky to sky. It will be part of a farming system that adapts to seasons, wet or dry. Maybe the government will surprise us and will lend a helping hand as our farmers, by trial and error, use hemp to help repair our land.
So I want to know when he wrote that, because I escorted him after we put the publican to bed at midnight. You wrote that between midnight and breakfast?
No, I just wrote it during the day. I was taking notes. All of those points in that were made today in this talk. Anyway, so what's next, sir? Yeah, no, I'm finished. That's it, isn't it?
Can you facilitate me now? Because I need facilitating.
I won't whistle. I've been asked not to whistle anymore.
We need a panel. Can someone set up a panel with a couple of chairs? Who wants to be on the panel? Do I want to do the slides first or the panel first?
Do the slides first. We've got time. We've got time.
Here's the thing. Hey, we're here. We're not going to have another chance. We'll do it another day. We will be doing this many days.
I'll keep winding him up until he gets through it. So 20 minutes. We'll give you 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Can I do 100 slides in 20 minutes? That's a record. Hey, strap in. That's it. I can say 5 words a slide. Strap in. All right, strap in. Okay. Grab a drink or a beer. I'm on the clock. Oh, you want me to finish? All right. Any questions? How did compliance go? It was okay. No headache. Compliance is still everything good.
Yeah.
Medicinal's got issues, but we've all got issues. Not if we've got the slides coming. You've got the slides. Can you run the video or the?
Long day. How long?
Where are you getting it up from? Yes, it's huge. Have a break. It's so big, it cannot compute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't. I've been with Jenna for so long. You know, we do this in our sleep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Did anything change this week? Someone said something changed in the legislation. That's what I was going to ask the question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Sorry, lady.
If anyone wants any more food, there's stuff left at the table.
Did you say that? Someone's happy?
I'm going to have a drink. Awesome.
Did I give you a
beautiful?
card? You're going to go. You're going to go. Oh, your card, yeah. For other people, leave them with thanks again for that. You've got my email. That's my phone number, just so you can have it as a dartboard. And the website's not working. I just got to get a new card. So, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. No tricky question. Good. I watched through the little window hole. I was like, why aren't there tomatoes and eggs? Why have we got to stand up and defend Olivia? That's crazy. I just want to fight. I said, take it chill, and listen. With them all the time and them. How do you do that? Really. And it's loading.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah,
All right.
there.
And where's the video?
Video is also here.
Run the video now. Run it. Lights out, please. Lights out. Lights out. That's not it. That's not it.
That is it.
Not.
That's the video you clicked.
That's not.
Is it pretty close?
No. Wrong number. Lights off, please.
You have to click through this real quick.
Hey, you don't know which to stop at. You don't know which ones to talk to.
Sounds like they would.
Keep asking me what they want. How it's live. They didn't. They said other people said opposite. Get a hands up. Get a hand up. If you get the slides, that then gives you the questions. Yeah? Okay.
We'll play this video.
I want the other one.
Can't have everything one lifetime.
I can ask.
You can ask.
I can demand. I can bash the quiz. Where am I going? Back to my slides that I what? It's on here. I've got to pick it. It's this one. Where is it here? I've got to pick it again. Sorry, I'm just going. Here it is. This one. What is the number? Where am I going to?
I've got a different so pull that out. We go save.
It won't email us, should we?
No. Save to
hotspot. Drop it.
Drop. Dropbox. Because you don't have the internet, we got to save to file.
Go to yours. Hotspot it to yours.
I can't hotspot it to yours. I'm going to save it to
yours.
file. Hold on a second. Just wait. Video.
Can you do the next?
Two, and then go save.
Next slide. How do I do next slide?
You can
there.
please.
I've done it.
Okay.
That's what I need. It's going to have to keep up with me. Lights, please.
The battery's out.
You can do it manually.
Yeah, I can do it manually. I'll just manually click 225 photos.
How many?
225.
Lights, please. Can someone record some questions if people's got any? Can Richard or GT help me? Can anyone do questions that we need? There's pens.
All right, look, it should be working.
Let's go. Which one?
The middle one is to move forward. One forward. If you want to move back, it's the bottom one.
Forward and back.
Yeah.
Forward and back. We good? Sorry, guys. No. Go. Are we finishing at 5? Yes, or 5:30? Thank you. That's all I need. I just need to hear. You know where I live, okay? Now I need to work this. Right. Dryland Victoria establishment. It's all about, look at the different variety establishment there. Strip by strip, combine, simple, press wheel, narrow rows, patchy. You got to get it uniform. Look, that's the photo we saw the other day. Who showed it? Adam. Remember Adam had that photo? Look at that. Heavy clay soils, everyone out of the ground. What the hell is that doing there? Every seed. They love it. Pollen. Pollen. They love the pollen. Okay. 200, 400 hectares on cotton country at Goulding. I'm not going to say a thing. You can make the. How about you guys have the talk, and I'll just shut up. Verticum. Oh, sorry. That is a variety trial. See the difference? How many varieties are there in a variety trial? I got 9 sites all around Australia. How many varieties? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 varieties there. Different heights, different maturities, different shit. Beds, furrows, permanent beds. Every little soldier coming up. Beautiful dryland trials in Mexico, Victoria. This is the guy. Do not drink beer with him. I assure you, you'll be under the table. He rang me at midnight last night, and we went. He's coming to Canberra with a gun. He will grow the biggest crops in Australia, 8 meters tall, and then go at night and build a machine to harvest it. And now he's building a cement hemp block machine. He's on the Darling, in the middle of nowhere, on the Wentworth. Best growing country in Australia, pivots on that Mayo Coonawarra peat country, South Australia. Highest yield, variety trials, beautiful black peat soil. Highest yields in Australia. High organic matic soils. They are gorgeous. 2.5 kilos a hectare commercial without even trying. No breeding, not even trying. Bob Doyle, it's about rotation, rotation, rotation. Did I say that again? This is the Hunter, 20 years ago. This is a March harvested, desiccated fibre crop. Planted September, harvested March, fibre, windrowed, double crop, straight back in. 2 crops. It can be done. You don't like putting 2 crops after each other, the same species usually, but I haven't had a hemp crop crash on me yet doing that. I would never go 3 crops unless someone convinced me. It's another discussion we got to have another day. So that was a seed crop. So the big tall crop, same variety, harvested in March, that will then flower straight away. That one being planted in March will go straight to head and we'll harvest that in the middle of winter. 2 crops, one 7 meters tall, one 1 meter tall, same variety, just planted at a different time. This is an organic crop. First organic crop, Murray River Organics on a windswept Mallee blowaway hill. Pivot. This is where it got a little bit extra water and it loved it. The rest, and it didn't, and it got wind blown. I said, it's going to get blown away sowing in October, isn't it? Going to get sandblasted because it was no till. It was all conventional with compost. We planted twice, so I didn't risk losing the whole lot with a sandblast. The first one got a little bit sandblasted. This one didn't. Same crop. Certified organic hemp. Swan Hill, Mildura. That is the best seed crop I've ever seen. That is Gavin, the guy you saw. His first introduction was to come and harvest that crop. That is the cleanest crop of hemp I have ever seen, straight out of the head. Where's the weeds? Where's the heliosis? Where's the crap? Usually you get half crap, half admix, they call it. And if you got to dry it, so you don't want to be drying half of admix, it's costing money. And I said, you got to get out to Bordertown, 6 hours away in 12 hours. He got bogged that night in the middle of the night trying to get the tractor and the header out all by himself in a bin. He got a Steiger and pulled that semi out and ripped it out, drove it to Bordertown overnight, saved thousands of dollars because he did what he was told and he just does stuff. Amazing. You cannot, like other guys, oh, we'll send it tomorrow, the truck. They do that at Roma and send it to Toowoomba. Next day, lost how much, 30 ton? What's 30 ton by 3,000? Do the math. What is it? How much is a semi-load? 30 ton at 3,000 is gone. Just blew it. It's called high oil content. what's it called? Rancid. You heard of rancid? It is the lowest boiling point oil in the world. It goes off. Here's your Gympie crop on the border of Gympie, on a bloody the dairy on the edge of Gympie. This is our field day. Is that a barley crop or a hemp crop? Remember I told you? Sorry. So this crop, you'll see it. Whoa, you'll see it again. I'm not going to go back. I will. This is the barley crop that was sown into a hemp crop that had been harvested. And we had the field day there because it was a hemp crop, not a barley crop. The hemp had smothered the barley crop out in the middle of winter. That's the cleanest seed. Have you ever seen your headed like that, Stu? Nearly? It looks bloody clean. Do you get it that clean, first off the header, with your Johnny? Craig's good. Craig has done the same as Gavin. I saw him harvest down the creek here, down that block. First time ever. Beautiful. The right people with the knowledge, not, I could start going swearing again. This is that crop in the Mallee. Remember the organic one? Here's the early sown. There's the late sown. So we split it just by a month. Look at the difference in a month's growth. That was a beautiful crop. Late sown, but it got a little bit sandblasted. This didn't. So it's all about risk. Farmers risk their crops every day if they blow it. This is, what did we say? Rancid, Kim. This is 40 degrees, Kim. Kim. This is 40 degrees soil temperature, middle of summer. Wet, that's wet. Sitting there for a week, it's not germinating. Hemp hates heat, germinate. We cannot get it to germinate. Summer crops need heat, 15 degrees. You got soil going to 20, 30, 40 degrees, it won't germinate, even if it's sitting in mud. Put that on the list, Ken, please. There's so much. We don't know anything about this plant. We're still, we're not even started. I'm going backwards or forwards? Bloody hell. Slow me down. So this is my life, 13 years of hemp crops. I learned, why do I go and visit farmers for free and everyone says I'm a dickhead for doing it? They should pay you. Because I'm learning. I'm learning. Every farm teaches me something. It's the failures you learn more about, unfortunately. I didn't cause the failure. I go there and find out why they failed. Same problem, smearing. I don't need to talk about smearing in heavy clay soil. How can you germinate anything in there if it's sitting in the open? Smearing, discs. I'm going backwards again.
No, you're going forward.
Yeah, just showing that clay, different establishments, different soils. What about that? That's in the Hunter Valley, that same crop we always see, the biosolids, human waste for free, giving it away from Newcastle Sewage Treatment Plant. Bob Doyle, you can't have veggies, you got to put it in the ground and cover it. What does hemp say? Can you get biosolids anywhere, Stu? It's landfill, they're not even charging for it still. Still, forestry took it. Can't use it on veggies. Let's grow hemp around the edge of Sydney and take every bloody shit load you can get. That's Gympie. Look at the header he had. Bloody, don't look at that. That's ugly. OH&S. My throat is buggered from silica from hemp dust. Do all the OH&S, otherwise you're going to kill someone. Silicosis. Asbestosis. Think about it. Silica. It's 8%. Don't kill yourself. Where the hell's that? Hunter Valley. That's our farm we had in the Hunter Valley. Males, females. You know the difference? Irrigated. Boom guns. I love it. This is Lucerne country. Growing hemp. Males, females. See the difference? Males are pretty strutting. Females a bit subtle there. Tasmania. That's Hunter Valley again. Remember, that's that same paddock. There's the crop being harvested, Windroad. Planting next door, another crop in March. for a winter crop. Tasmania, beautiful poppy country, beautiful equipment for establishment. They got good shit planting equipment, but John Deere's and Great Plains are just as good. See shitty there? Bit shitty with a combine, not very good plant distribution. They're close together. It came good, no worries for fibre. For grain, that'd be a bit dodgy because it'd be very tilled. You don't want plants to till it, unfortunately. Well, no, that's too much to talk about. No till, loves it. Straight into oat barley stubble. Look at it. Direct drill Tasmania. These guys in Tassie, Kim, they have windswept problems in Tassie, in those dry windswept. They grow oat crop in winter, smash it, and plant straight in. That's good. Wow. Not air. Why not air? Why not air? So who says you need high tech? Who says you need high bloody tech? As long as you know what you're doing, your depths is right, and your fields are level, and you got a not too heavy roller bar, it's not sticky. You know, you don't need to bury it. If you put seed down shallow and then hit it with a harrow, that'll bury it. It's all about know what you're doing. This was the best hunter grower we had. You'll see more of his crops. Weeds, how do we control them, Stu? You'd be in a hard place there. Because it's on narrow roads, you can't cultivate. No, that's 6 inches, so you can't. So 6 inches, you rely on smothering. You just want it to grow and smother those weeds out. We use it in the Hunter Valley for giant rat's tail. The neighbours, Rob Adams second, said they've got giant rat's tail on their lucerne country. Perfect. After lucerne, you use the hemp to clean up, a mop-up crop to suck the nitrogen, the pasture's been left, and get rid of the weeds, the perennial weeds that won't grow under here. Who said it's not a tree? Here we go. Ruby is there. That's Ruby, 2 meters tall. That's King G, 4 meters tall. Planted October, Gatton, horses for courses. The right variety. Is it grain? Is it biomass? What are you growing it for? When do you want to grow it? This is for a pilot plant to go into P&G for biomass, for biofuels, for Maersk. Shipping, they've done biofuel. See Ruby? Half the height, planted the same day as King G. It's gone ahead, it's flowering and finishing. King G hasn't even started flowering. Hasn't even gone reproductive yet. That's what Gavin has, his variety in Wentworth, the big record crop, you'll see. Holy moly, what's that? That's what the producer of Mad Max saw coming down the road at the One Tree Pub and said, I want it in the movie. That's a bad picture. I hope we have the video of this harvest. Can you try and get the video?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying.
He's trying. He's trying. That's a thinly planted, similar plant, Harnanee, next to Ruby, in that same field with King G. So it's branching. How do you harvest that? A header needs everything to be uniform, maturity-wise. With hemp, this would be ready and drop in seed. This one's still green. It's like canola. They winter oat because that doesn't know when it wants to finish. It's indeterminate. It keeps growing. This is why you water hemp right up to the harvest date, because it's growing still all the time. New seeds, indeterminate. It's a different plant. That's why the canola in Canada, that in dryland, they're upping the sowing rates to force it into maturing altogether, just by upping the sowing rates. A lot of articles on that, kid. Canada, dryland. Now, who says this stuff doesn't respond to fertilizer? Who says? This is in the Hunter. Beautiful soil, but they forgot to put the N in the brew. So I went through and put some urea and it caught up. Don't you worry, this stuff will grow. And it hates drought. Who says it's drought tolerant? Hates it, dying. Give it a drink, it becomes good. Doesn't die. Queensland. Burdekin, beds. That's where the Wandara are doing their trials on the research station up there. And the DPI Queensland have not put a cent towards hemp. Has he gone? He's gone. Thank God. Sandy. He's from Gatton. Who says ants don't eat seeds? Look at that beautiful close-up of a nut hemp seed. I have seen ant nests full of seeds. Red-legged earth mites, love it. I said the first record, red-leggeds. Who knows red-leggeds? Who says this shit doesn't get eaten by stuff? What are they? Please? Do they do much damage, madam, in hemp at seeding? Seedlings, seedings, in the heads. In the heads? Can you please advise your insect entomologists at Camden and put it on the list? We have to have a reciprocal of information. No one knew red-leggeds hit until we started planting in October and early. In the middle of summer, there's no red-leggeds. If we start pushing hemp early, it's in a heap of pain. Rutherglen bugs, seedling. Rutherglen bugs, 10 hectares killed, gone. So why not put some insecticide on the seed? Say again. Say again. It's the red shield bug? Shouldered, yeah, I've had that. Red shouldered. I didn't find it to do damage. What sort of damage was it? Eating, sucking, what? Chewing. Hemp can handle a lot of chewing. I do not worry about chewing in hemp. You can lose 50% of your leaves without worrying. If it get in the head, you're in a heap of strife. What's this photo? Who says hemp? It was a bit of a gap. I must have been drunk or something, the driver. So no hemp plant in the gap there, right? Heaps of weeds, kaikiu, parramatta, every possible weed. You know, shocking. But that hemp crop's growing, isn't it? That's. Look what's on the ground. Dead grass, dead weeds. No chemical, nature. So if this plant is given a go early and established, it'll smother every weed. Don't you worry about that. This is Gavin. This is in February this year. February. Planted in September. How many months that? 5. 5 months, 5 meters. He harvested in June, 8 meters. Flowering, grain, both. Flood irrigation, heavy clay, old man saltbush country. You know, that's scaldy, shitty, clay country, but he's good layout. No, flood is flat, not gilt. This is weeds. You're in a pain of trouble here. You got castor oil, you got turnips. What else we got? I sprayed it. Look at the thorn apples. We were talking about thorn apples as a food for chooks the other day. Castor oils. See the misses where I missed the sprays on the hunter? That's Gavin's crop in the Gavin's crop. I keep saying Gavin's crop. Just remember, Wentworth, flood irrigation, 8 meters. This is 5 meters tall in February, which then became 8 meters. Look at the roots after 5 months, side roots. You'll always get good side roots. I don't always get deep tap roots. That's the best deep tap root I've ever seen. If you can get deep tap roots, it has to. It's got to hold an 8 meter plant up. That's huge. All my trial sites, 9 of them, where they're really watered well, because if you don't want to have anything limiting, fertilizer, nothing limiting, they're lazy. There's no roots more than that. Your dry land would go down, wouldn't it? They go looking. Have you looked at the irrigation? Have you looked at the rooting depth on your irrigation compared to dry land? So what are the roots like? Have you dug them up? Everywhere. Good laterals, beautiful laterals. I often don't see depth when you water them and look after them well. They're lazy, I find. Although here, he only waters half a meg every 2 weeks, flood irrigation. 10 megs, because he was 10 months. That's the spray mist. See the mist? There are herbicides. We're in the real world here. We do spray for weeds. There are very limited selective herbicides we can use. See, it's doing a good job. Thank God, because it would have smothered there. There was a poor establishment. See that, and even hits some of these bromicides. One chemical we can use post-emergent, it's knocked it back. You can see the difference in the height where it's had it miss. And you get damage, you get phytotoxicity. Here we are spraying chemicals and you're damaging your crop because you're trying to get the weeds. This is not regenerative ag. If I had time, we would say, all right, what would we do to address this? Stu, what would you do? Bale it by rotation, rotation, rotation. Min-till. Min-till means you're not bringing up more weeds. If you don't cultivate, there's no more weeds around. So it's about a whole farming system to manage weeds. We could talk about weeding, there's all these weird stuff and I won't go into it. I can't. So that's what happened when you spray. That comes good. It does come good and take over after it gets knocked around. Watch the climbing weeds. They're a bugger. They won't. They climb up the hemp. What can you do about that? Even if they're shaded, the climbing weeds, the buckwheats. Do you get climbing? Climbing weeds, any particular? Yeah, like the glories and I forget the names. Look, just watch. Say again. Yep. I'm going to keep going fast. Phytophthora root rot, it doesn't get, but this is sclerotinia. I've seen a whole crop dead in sclerotinia because they went into a composted bean crop, which is legumes, and irrigated and got a little bit of a wet spot and the whole crop died. It can die from waterlogging and disease. If you want us to talk about disease, it's there. That's that nitrogen response, that same. Don't tell me it doesn't respond to nitrogen. Don't tell me it doesn't need fertilizer. It does. This is artificial fertilizer. We're not talking compost. These didn't get biosolid. So conventional, look at that. That's me feeding the chooks with urea. Let's see the strip where the crop was down. And I said, what's wrong? So we found out that they'd missed the nitrogen in the mix when they planted. It's a very responsive plant. Does that tell you the story? That's me walking through the crop. What, a month after planting, it was yellow. So I walked through, put some urea through it, and bingo. It caught up. Look at it, how much it catches up. This is a tall, well, think about it. I don't want to get bogged down here. You're asking me a question. I'm saying, here was some good stuff, right? That what did have fertilizer was okay. This was the low spot. So I went up there by hand and it's almost caught up to the stuff that I didn't top dress. It's gone to the head, it's maturing. Good question, trick question, wasn't it? You need high rigs if you've got high crops, or you need helicopters or drones or planes. Why are we spraying? That could be an organic herbicide, organic pesticide, the virus or the BT bacillus that are in to controlling heliothis. So there are organic chemicals you can spray. The Thurtell crop we sprayed about 5 times, no, 10 times every week. We use silica or some nutrition to keep this trap rock shitty soil, boosted up with nutrients. Desiccated, that's napalm. I won't mention the Roundup word. Another way of drying the crop, instead of making hay, you can do it standing and then bale it. If you think weather's coming, you can bale it standing crop dry. You can use organic desiccants. I've used Slasher. I've used, what's the other one? There's a pine oil. Slasher is a food grade acid. Have you heard it? It's just food grade acid. What is it? Gotcha. What's that one? I think that's the pine needles. Soy or what? It's an acid, yeah. Well, the Slasher is just a simple food grade acid. And it desiccates. Oh, it blew the crop out of the ground. Desiccated. Desiccated grain crop. Can you kill that, please? So we need equipment to handle this crop. If you haven't got drones or, whoa, who said hemp doesn't get frost or wind? This was growing so fast, this crop. It's so fast that a sappy tree, when it's growing so fast, they say it doesn't have the strength. Sappy trees, Why do they grow really fast in the tropics? Because they're not as strong. If you grow slowly, you know, you're strong. If you go fast, you're just too rapid to get the cells down there. So this stuff is just I don't see many crops like this. That's why I got the photo in here. That normally I'd say it doesn't lodge. But if you've got an 5 or 6 meter crop trying to make hay, see, you could bale that straight away. The fact we desiccated, you could cut it and bale the same day. You see what we're trying to do? We're saving 2 months in the field, 2 weeks in the field drying. We're drying it standing. Just another tool. You can see a storm coming, or you want to get your crop off, or if you haven't got a dryer, you know, if there's a grain crop and you haven't got a dryer, you can desiccate it. Before in the field that's what we're trying to do, desiccate. Never. He said, but we do, sorry mate, we have sprayed desiccated grain crops because they didn't have dryers. They're in the middle of nowhere. They can't drive 10 hours and let it risk cooking. There's no dryer. So he says, all right, he said, John, what can I do? I said, desiccate it. There, and desiccate kills all the weeds, brings rain and stops all the seed dropping. It drops its seeds. What's that called? Shedding. Canola, they windrow. Hemp, you can't windrow unless you're in Canada. That's another story. Do not windrow hemp because you touch it twice. Touching it once, bad enough, yet alone twice if you're windrowing. That's the typical sort of rooting depth. I'm not happy with its roots, so I need to talk to someone that makes me happier. Why? Just different growth and roots. Look, that's the depth rooting depth. Sweet FA in my trials. 9 trials, and they're all like that. Different retting. Some are dry and some are green. Different maturity. Males. See, the males are dead and dusted. They've fallen over, done their job. They're useless. If they're a grain crop, if they're a fibre crop, they're useful. 50% male, 50% female. We have now, as it is compromised because of a different maturity. It is different. Yes, it is different. It is matured earlier. Yes, we're agreeing. It's a different maturity of a stem. One's early matured, one's later. The green ones are the females. They're retting. They're retting in the field. Retting is wetting and drying. In the old days, we didn't have machines to separate the fibre from the herd. So what do we do? Nature. They let nature, biology, break down the stem and the biomass in the field. The more rain and the more raking, the better in the old days. We could go for years. I could talk underwater. Beautiful crops. Look at that. I mean, that's just stunning. This is 10 years ago, before it was legal to eat the grain. We were doing this. This is the Hunter Valley. This is the eco-fibre crops in the Hunter Valley. Look at that. Lucerne country. Beautiful. God's own country. Massive crops. On biosolids, on river flats. You know, it's just like a crop. How old is that? 6 months. We blew the budgets. It was beautiful. It's a tree. Look at the mulch. See the lower leaves, the dry cracking. Look how dry it is. Huge cracks in the soil. It's lost its, like pruning. The leaves have all fallen off. It's just going up the top. All the mulch, you leave all those leaves. It's just flowering. We're cutting it. It's only, look, they're pollen. They're not seed, they're pollen. It's only flowering. It's what, 6 meters tall? We're cutting it for fibre. I measured 18 and didn't believe it. What do you reckon? This is without trying. We haven't even started trying. This is our trial crops. We're just having a go and saying, what's this stuff like? We've actually gone backwards since the early days because, you know, it gets complicated and stuff. Our earliest crops on biology. Well, this is the story. It's the biology, right? It's the biology in the soil and it's got a lot of N in it. Tell me the story of biosolids. That's why this loves it, rather than a compost. Can you say something? and it's got a lot of nitrogen in the biosolids. Hemp is like throwing a tree in the front of your header. You try and break one stem of hemp with the rope. It's like putting a rope. He's not a happy chap. And they're big machines. That's 300 horsepower Jaguar. Sorry, Becky. Can you speak up, please? For what? Harvesting. So he's just got the simple sickle bar mower? You don't know? There are some very simple versions of this. This is a mother of a Kemper front that was normally for corn silage, right? Corn silage, huge, massive corn. That's what we're using here. Single front, not a header. There are also cutter bars, the single cutter bars, sickle bar mowers at 3 heights. 100 mile an hour, they just go like the rapid winds. Amazing. I hope I had some videos or photos of it. It's one. Have you got a video on it? Tell me.
You've got Amy, yeah.
All right, this is Gavin. I'm back at Gavin. He's baled the hay. You've seen the hay we buy, those big crops. He's baled it. So the whole plant's in the stem, like a bale of hay. He throws the bale of hay in a tub grinder. 400 kilo bale, 3 of them. It eats them. These things are used for feeding out to cattle. You put the bale in there, put a mix, and you feed it out. He's feeding it into the front of his header. Another header, not the one, and it's going through the header. Now, normally the grain goes in the bin and the fibre comes out the back. This header, the biggest header you can get in Australia, 500 horsepower, into the herd, because he's got a plant. There's no grain. The grain's all gone, separate or another deal. This is just the windrow, the hay, the plant, not the grain. The herd, look how clean that herd is. This is the header, not grain. This is the header separating the herd in the header. No one in the world, there's a million of these headers in the world. And this bloke who likes to drink on the Darling in the middle of nowhere is growing the biggest crops in the world after 2 years, after harvesting the cleanest crops I've ever seen in my life, first time. He's cracked the atom. He's got a mobile decorder cutter. Now, he's not mobile because he was feeding it the bales that he'd baled, right? He'd baled it, and then he's feeding it in the stationary header. Anyway, it's portable mode. We're not locking in where you have to set up these gins or cane factories. We're mobile, we're flexible. While the industry is developing, we can come to you if you've got a big enough area. Or you bale it, he'll come to you at your leisure. He doesn't have to be there when the windrow's ready. That's what that means. You bale it, and then he comes at his leisure and processes it. Now, that's a separate header from the harvesting, the dual-purpose harvesting of the grain and the biomass. This guy is now thinking, he's got the fibre coming out the back, hasn't he, Stuart? This is the herd in the bin. The fibre is coming out the back. It's just in a big bowl. The same header is picking up, that's the fibre coming out the back. Look how clean that is. This is what a cotton gin does, what a cotton factory does, what a decortigator factory does. How long would you like it? That is not full length. He chopped, that's been chopped. People complain. They said, oh, we don't like the length and that. He bought, that was 2 months ago. He's now bought a grain monitor on his computer, $70,000. One person complained, he said it wasn't the right length. He bought the computer-controlled grain monitor that converts into managing fibre, not the grain in the header. I don't know how he does it. He now can dial in whatever length you want that comes out the back. Now, guess what? He's going to shoot me for telling you this because it was my idea. But anyway, I didn't sign an NDA with him. Anyway, fuck him. He is going to put, what on is going to put on the back? No. Think of it. Around, he's bought a cotton burned out cotton bale, cotton harvester that is now, they used to put them in big dumps. We'd use this with hemp. You'll see. We'd use double dump cotton modules to do hemp. The whole industry's gone to round bales, spitting them out the back when they harvest. So instead of the hay bale going through the muncher and being fed stationary, his pickup front goes and picks up the windrow in the field, and the baler coming out the back would have a round bale coming out, ready to go straight in the truck. He can't auger the herd. He's put a conveyor belt in there for 50 grand. He doesn't muck around, this guy. I should have a photo of it. That's what's coming out of the header. That's cleaner than most $5 million machines that are stationary. He's got the head. No one in the world has done it. John Deere trying to kill him, take him out. They're negotiating. That's rough and ready. He's got to creep forward as he picks up these bales. He's got to move forward. He doesn't want to do this anymore. He's got to put it straight in a bale out the back, all in one. The round bale, cotton bale. We're running out of battery. I'm not. I'm just warming up. This is his farm. There is another 4,000 tons sitting at Helston that he harvested with his header at flowering. That's a cotton bale. Look at it. 900 kilo of fiber in a bale. The biggest bale you can get. Herd, you can only get 400, or whole plant. No, herd, you will not get 400. A whole plant, before you separate, you can get 450. The fiber, you can get 900. You believe that's? Oh, you haven't done the fiber. Look at that. That's cleaner than you can. They're paying $3,000. Builders are paying $3 a ton for this. Do the math. If you have that baled, you've baled in the field, it's $400 a ton, 500. 10 tons a hectare, 10 fives are 5,000. If he decorticates it, it goes from 500 to 1,500 to 3,000 on farm. Not some middleman, not some factory he's doing this value adding on farm. That's grain clean, good clean grain. This is another way of harvesting. See the windrow? Windrow, existing equipment for silage and existing equipment. We're trying to use existing equipment, going in a big cotton bin. That's a cotton chaser bin. Putting it into a module. That's the old way. You're going to get confused now because we've got so many things happening. That's a cotton harvesting equipment. No, they call that the cotton. We got permits to bring it down. This is the double dumping. The modules. This is the old system we used to compact. Cotton's light, so you can't travel. You can't cut air, so you got to try and compact it. That's a big problem. I'm not going to talk about this anymore because there's just so much information here. So that's how you cut. We tried to export this to Europe, but that roads were so small and too tight. There's another way of storing hemp biomass. Keep going. Just don't stop now. Can you do it on me? Hay, retting, field. So we could do it. This is in the Hunter 10 years ago. Hunter 10 years ago. Hunter 10 years ago. How do you make this go faster? It can't keep up with me. Quick go. Stop. That's the new John Deere. That's why they're upset. He's copied them and they don't like it. That's $1.5 million. His is $500,000. It is? His? There are two vehicles. One is the decorticator. One is the harvester. I'm saying one is the decorticator for 400,000. The double cut is 600,000, roughly. I'm on 10% cut, so I should know. That's a hemp wall, hemp blocks. That's what my house is made out of. That's emerald. We grow hemp everywhere. Emerald, Queensland. Wrong variety, wrong time. Weeds. Keep going. Just don't stop. Don't stop. Variability. This is the guy with the combine. Simple combine, beautiful strike. Hunter Valley. What crop's this? This is come on. What crop's this? It's the hemp taking over the barley crop. It's a hemp crop that's smothering the barley crop. At our field day 10 years ago in the Hunter. Keep going. That's it. No, that's That's a normal hemp crop lodging. It does get affected by wind. Tasmania, beautiful crops in Tassie, grain crops. Frosty, see the frost that burnt the leaves. Frosty, burnt leaves. All right, let's do a panel then. I'll run the photos while we're setting up for a panel. I can have these going in the background just to distract you. Let's bring the panel up. Who do you want on the panel, please? Questions. Because this is how to grow hemp, but it's a long story. So if you want to summarize today, let's say, how can we grow hemp regeneratively? We haven't written the book on it. I haven't written the book on it. You've got to help us write that book. Would you like to do that? Help write the book on how do you grow regenerative hemp. All right. I need your help. We're not an island. We need help. You got to go. Thank you, Graham. You're playing tennis at 6 o'clock. This is only, you know how many slides we've done there? 200 out of 225. I'll finish it and then you'll be all happy. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. All right, who you want? Satellite imaging. Stu, we got to monitor fields. Stuart, we got to monitor. Here's that monster again. We got to monitor fields within the field. Because average yields are 100% out because of variability. No. But I can keep the slides going.
No, we're just going to start.
All right, this is Craig. This is your header driver. All right. That's your Craig down the road here harvesting. Lights, please. Anybody want lollies? We got lollies.
Looking at my thing.
What did you get? 400 and he didn't say 800, did he? It's still changing the price. It's not in there. He would have given you a quote. Yeah.
There's more people on the panel than
But it's flexible because he's still working on it. It's not locked in, you know. It depends on what you want, what colour, what size. Do you want the grain monitor in there automatic?
Okay.
It's not the price, it's terms.
Well, he's trying to cover his IP too. Well, let's have the talk to him. I need to advise him. He's new at it.
No. You've been saying he's going to try to fuck everybody over.
And she fucking tried to sue me twice, Alana.
Well, she's still doing it to him. He's not going to get any business in the industry at that.
He will. Don't be aggro. Help us solve it.
A couple of reasons.
Shoot them.
They do police checks, and it's actually got to be signed off. The final, and then it's got to be, we come and do an audit to check that, what you're going to do and all that sort of where you're going to grow and all that. And then the secretary, what they call the secretary's delegate. So you on fairly high up, a director level in the department that has to then do the final sign off, and they review it. A brief goes up to them about everything that you said in your application, and then they make the final call on whether it should go ahead or not. So yeah, that's why I say it's got to go through multiple people. I think it's taking 3 to 4 months at the moment from when you send it in to when you get it back.
Any other questions?
We should all be on the panel. Sorry,
Do you have any burning statements you want to make?
Less is more.
Less is more.
Less is more.
Well, I didn't prepare, so I didn't know what time I had.
I mean, I will probably, maybe I could add that, in 10 years, I've seen some big changes in hemp regulation. So it's
good or bad?
Changed. Good. It has moved forward, I think. From
New South Wales is way ahead of the game. I'm sorry I missed your talk. I was on a boss's thing. But Genevieve and her boss, they're doing well. You would not believe what we're doing in Queensland. You do not want to know. At the wheel. Kim?
You were talking a bit about working in the States with your product.
Yes.
And then you came back to Australia to focus on this market.
Yes.
What was the reason? Was it market driven or? other personal reasons or just the opportunity?
No, well, apparently, well, the farm is wrapped up in cotton wool in Nevada. So our farmhand was shot in the calf.
Please.
And then we had a million litres of the taps turned on, which we lost, which was a warning. And then, yeah, this is going back a ways. And then, yeah, and so a lot of our testing is done in universities. So one of them was in Panama University. Most of the trials are 2 years in the field. That's why we've got all that rich data that I think someone here was looking for. And we had 1 year into the 2-year trial and we were ordered off the site, and we found out that a particular company, which remained nameless, I suppose, owned the university.
Owned?
Yes.
In America?
You know the one.
In America?
You might know the name of it.
They have done a good BMP, New York Uni, on hemp growing. Sorry.
So yeah, so the idea was to for this going across all the states, and it's a very difficult market there because every state's got its own. Like here, every state's got its own. So you've got 50-something states that you've got to contend with. So if you've got product that is going across from one side to the other, it can be quite difficult.
Even through the borders?
Sometimes.
There's no checks on board, like bananas here or different?
The
paperwork.
Paperwork. Yeah,
not
like
the border,
no. So we decided like 5 years ago to open up a domestic market. That's why we have the 1 litre bottles. So that's really just to get people used to doing something different in their own backyards or 10-acre farms, 50-acre farms. That seems to be a place where it's being taken up as a something that's working for people. Yeah, the farms like in very hard places.
First, but just if you can think, what's next? What's next if you had, if you were to achieve something in the next 6 months or something like that, what might it be? And I'll come back to each of you.
So if I can ask a question of the farmers, if you think 5 years into the future, if you can, what size of crop would you like to grow on a hectare basis? And do you really think that you can grow the sort of yields that John was just demonstrating currently, or using your current system of agriculture? Or is there a gap there that needs to be addressed between what John reckons is a great crop and what you think you can do?
Filling that gap between
yeah. Big gap.
When you think you're on the level, yes, you also say how big a farmer you are. Is it 1 hectare?
We only put farm.
Yeah.
And we do it intensively, very, very well. Have seen it.
Yeah, but we don't do it really close together with spread.
Yeah.
For what purpose? For CBD? Flour for grain? For replanting or for use? For multiplication?
Probably the description there, obviously trying to start at a hectare, broadacre, and make that sort of, the more they move from place to place, so they start at a hectare. But to make that into 50 or 25, 50 acres, and put enough to really produce enough grain, make it worthwhile,
Still after 2,000 tonnes in the one foot. That's what you're doing. Yeah. Good.
Small sort of scale, but still yeah, so and in terms of the gaps there, I'm not so afraid of round up a week and drop and stuff like although I generally tend to want to use it. And yeah, like completing different methods and stuff that way, obviously, don't want to experimenting to kind of put some of the gaps and actually achieve those results in their side. I don't know if I'm into massive like cash problems yet, like I think I think from the job right now. Some of those talking about I don't know what gaps are there, just tables or insect control. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
Help. Part of the intent behind the question is if hemp becomes the intent behind the question is if hemp becomes a good fibre, won't leave the grain aside, right? But if it became a good fibre crop and you had a market for a specific type of fibre with a specification, what I or we would think about is how to develop a processing technology that might produce that fibre, and therefore what scale of flow through and rate of flow through is needed to allow small producers to be party to that sort of system.
And the contract would be with the contract.
Am I allowed to have a say?
Yeah.
Hemp Food Australia is an hour down the road at Bangalow. Organically certified hemp. They're after contracts. I worked for them for 6 months. Hemp Foods Australia, Hemp Farms Australia. We couldn't get growers because they wouldn't pay. Hemp Foods Australia, they were invited. Their posters are here. They're packing up and they've gone broke. They didn't go broke. Australian Country Hemp's gone broke in Geelong. They've now bought them out. They're moving Bangalow down to Geelong this week. That's why they're not here. That's why we got all their display. So there were contracts out for $5 a kilo for organics, right? Value add, beautiful. So where was Hemp Farm Australia getting their seed from? $2 a kilo delivered Brisbane. Why would they pay for you $3 or $4 or $5 for your organics? Stick it. It's about the money. They do now include 10% Australian grown organics in the bags there. Logan, pick it up. Show them.
10% Australian.
Read the label. I'm not bagging them. I'm just saying the fact. That's reality. It's called it. Well, we on the. Thank you. So, and the other one there's what's the other one? So I'm just saying that's the real world we live in the world markets. All right, unless you have a niche or a value adding on farm that you can control the market, you will not get a license from this lady till you got a bloody contract to do something in market. Let's work backwards. What was the value chain? We need all the ducks lined up. Why am I a plod-kicking agronomist talking about the big picture? Because we've got to get the whole thing working, not just the agronomy. Sorry, I'm trying to sum up here. Stu wants to say something.
Well, I don't want to, but I will. Is that on? Yeah. I've got some strong feelings. That's why I'm sitting here. And I can't be too loud about it because I'm a great one for saying if you haven't done it, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Now, the trouble with where we came from over 10 years ago, and I'm repeating myself from yesterday, but I'm going to drive the point in. We couldn't find a plant that we could plant or a seed we could plant that worked where we are in this latitude. Now, every distance you go from here where that factory was, it's cost to get there, it's cost in all ways. So what we decided was, like, through a couple of programs and they didn't work, and imported growers, did all that sort of stuff out of Canada, you name it, spent a lot of money on it, and decided that if we were either do one or two things, forget the industry or get stuck into it and try and make sure we made something that works. There's two things here. One, that I believe we've got an industry that is controlled overseas, not here, and that's 93% of imports.
Yep.
And until we get protection within the Australian system, that's probably going to be a nigger in the woodpile. Because if you look at the value of our dollar, it's got to drop a long, long way for us to make any money if you want to do export. And vice versa, it would help us as far as imports go, being more expensive. So our attitude is to develop a plant. And I think you need to get this into your head. If you've got fibre there, don't talk about it. If you've got food grade over here or industrial, talk about that, because there's a lot more options there. And the thing that drives the whole damn thing is yield. If you can't get yield, forget it.
Yeah.
And that's where we are. We've got that up from that 400 kgs. Like, we dug a hole and buried, what was it, 15 tonne of Matura one day, because we could not get that plant to work, and it was the recommended thing out of France.
Who recommended that?
Everyone, because that's all they could get.
That's the point, man.
Yeah, no.
I make a point on that with the truth and loading issue there. I was managing a olive oil, table olive.
You got to finish. Yeah, in Europe too.
The Australian Olive Oil Association had part of these, and they stipulated what the labelling
had to be.
That packaging there, or whatever's happening there, needs to be, that could be addressed. I did the stuff for table olives. So there's an oil standard that has to be complied with. So you might like, you're nodding there, so you know a bit about.
Do know a little bit about it, but and like, I think some of these guys who've been going to for years know about it, and I think, I've often said to them, from someone on the outside who's not closely involved in industry as such, as far as growing, but on the outside seeing all these different people growing and all the different growing styles and what products. It's at the point where it needs some kind of peak body group like that.
One peak body group.
Exactly. And to get it and settle those things, let's get right. We're going to make a standard for our oil, cut out any rancid crap that gets into the market, that turns consumers away. Get all that into play, because until that, I think it's still teetering around the edges. And I've seen other industries over the years come and go.
Crash.
Finger limes is one.
Which one?
Finger limes.
Finger limes, yeah.
Yeah.
When that was happening with olive oil was $2.50 because it was driven down by the input price, and the consumer couldn't make the choice on it. Safely make that choice to buy Australian. And table olives were $2.50 a kilo as well. They're now both about $6 to $7 a kilo.
That label says certified Australian organic. Fantastic. It is from China.
Yeah. Anyway, that's on the list. Now you've got to finish.
He's got to finish.
Right. Just quickly, it goes back to yield with farmers, but that the thing that we're trying to do, and in selection, and it's a pretty clever plant. Don't worry about that. But it's still controllable, and nutrition's one. How you handle it, when you plant it, how you harvest it, all that sort of stuff. And I'm pleased to see that slide there about those fellows losing that crop, because that's a thing that happens with hemp generally, because you cannot harvest it within 2 hours, you've got to have that under air. And if you don't, you'll get mold growing and other things going. But the secret to it is, I believe, that in the education of people around the industry, is that if we're looking at selecting down to 9-week crops,
quick,
2 crops a year,
wham bam,
and if you're getting 1.5 tons, you work your numbers out. And I'm telling you now, even on the price of cotton or something else, 1.5 megs of water and all the other features, it's a no-brainer. You know, you can put green manure crops in the middle, you can do whatever you like. And, you know, it's a no-brainer. Our target is to get to 2,000 tonne within a year of harvested grain. We have the facilities to do the hearts and the flour and everything else. And, you know, if pet food comes aboard, we can do that. We do it now. So it's all that sort of stuff. And look, even the pet food industry, you know, if you look at, you get no flatulence, you get no fat animals, all that sort of stuff. And the horse industry love it, even though they shouldn't eat it, no. But at the moment, but it's one of those things that, you know, if we've got to work on the levels of administration above us and convince them that it's something that we have to have. And it's as simple as that. It's just a wonderful crop that another one we add. Where did we get all our other crops? They all came from overseas years ago. Same story now. But, you know, how we do that, I think everyone in this room would say that they've had a problem with one thing or another. And we've got to get over those and get to trust what we do. And at the moment, it's a bit loose, the best way I put it.
I could put a bit of flesh on that. In 1994-5, we started a irrigated topping farm in Holm, and that was a 10-year crop. So not horticulture, not rice, none of that, was just the typical grain crops grown with irrigated. And yeah, these corporations just said, oh, no, that's handled by the irrigation rights. That's by this, you know. We were falling through the cracks, and that's what's going to happen here. So what we did, we had a very good guy facilitate, and he's trained a young woman in Ockerby, go through a facilitation process. And at the end of 2 days, we end up with a development plan, which I've seen some beautifully printed, you know, documents. You go to the agri-futures of the world and the feds and what have you, and here is our industry development plan.
Yep.
The 60 of us got together. We had represented university, departmental people, markets, growers, and we've come up with these 30-odd issues to tackle, research and develop. There's we had on each one of those projects, and I'll share that document just so that
thanks, Tim.
can do it. It's very
it's doable.
We had teams. So each issue, somebody had to put in the chair of that working group.
Yep.
And there was half a dozen people then drove that all the way through.
So the Australian Hemp Council is doing that. They're doing the co-op. They're doing agronomy subcommittees. They're doing marketing against that Chinese. They're doing the legislative subcommittee. Bob Doyle is the chair of the fibre subcommittee. You know, we've got all these peak people that are coming together under the Australian Hemp Council. I don't know why we can't join it with the alliance. It's all about egos, and I don't have to want to go there. I try to work with both. So what Kim is saying, if we don't get our shit together, we'll fall through the cracks again, because it's an easy excuse for friggin' cannabis. So how do we do it? Please tell us. Neither am I. So Kim did answer that question yesterday a bit, and we spoke to Angela last night over a beer, who runs the Norco co-op.
She would be somebody.
Alarm bells.
There is some very successful rice growers cooperatives, probably the most successful cooperatives that I've had in the industry. They moved eventually to down. I don't know how to achieve it, to be honest.
Yeah,
so it was
it started like that.
So we've got to have an alternative. I call it the Lancaster bottom-up approach. That's what I call it, whatever that means. Yeah. Yeah.
And as a grower, basically playing that helps the development of variety. And then, everybody can buy but it's, we would 10,000 ton crop and we very quickly respond to everyone else's production.
What was the industry, sorry, that you just used then as an example? Irrigation, southern farming? Like the IREC, but I used to be the heart of the place. Beautiful. Beautiful. Fantastic. All right. You're talking, I'm Priscilla. What had 5 minutes, we're good. Where are we going from here? That's what I heard people say.
As a food for humans and animals, and I think that would open up the market for the small farm farmers rather than having to do 100 acres to actually make money out of it. You can do it on a small scale like a what do you call it, veggie farms, that sort of thing. No. That's the sort of industry I want to get into. That's what I'm hoping that happens.
I hear what you're saying, but John Thurtell's, the big fella who left, his title of his paper on co-ops and why he's on Earth at the moment is to drag this industry screaming from a cottage industry mentality to the big scale. And that's how we're going to save the world, the big scale. Is organics going to save the world? That's another story. We can talk about that as well. Yes. Capital. Capital. Exactly. That's why we're doing the co-op. That's the goer. They can buy big, sell big. Buy big, sell big. That's what you group together. What's the Indian example of the co-op? How many thousands?
There is that work that's that was developed by PepsiCo India. They sold it to a friend of ours and come up with them. And they developed it, and the Indian farmers fertilizer cooperative has 55 million farmer members in India. And they have a structure that is very fair. That part of their contribution is to deliver value to those farmers. One of the things that I think is, because in India, some states still ban hemp. There's, some over-the-top resistance, to it. There are ways that we could work with that IFCO board, and it could be through management of soil, nutrients, the whole growing system that we've been talking about. So there was a CRT, John, I think it might be worthwhile getting the work that we did, put in a bio-based fertilizer CRT.
It didn't go anywhere?
It didn't get up.
We're trying to get a hemp one up. We're trying to get, what's the other one? We're trying to get the biochar, aren't we, Sue?
I think to come up with soil biology products, an understanding of what that is, so that you've got a market of products like you guys are developing into places like India, because that trade, that can happen. They love Australian technology, innovation and those sorts of things.
The Indian example I was trying to give you was there's 2,000 tons a week coming out of a co-op of coconut. They're all little in the backyards doing their coconut cracking and meat, but it's 2,000 tons a week. That's working together, buying big, selling big. It does work. The model does work.
We can use that model here.
Fantastic. Let's move on. Stu?
There was one thing that you were talking about, the benchmarking project, and saw that it's benchmarking within a crop. There's also benchmarking about your business. And Rendell McGuckian did a really good paper on what a family farm, and they surveyed over 500 family farms and worked out what gross income a family farm needed to be viable. And the benchmarks included what Finance costs needed to be no more than 20% of your gross income. And it was the first time that they recognised whole farm income so that it wasn't, you know, 30 years ago. Contribution as school teachers or pharmacists or whatever was not recognised in the business, it was just absorbed in the business. But it had to be recognised and given its due. And that then forced the farmers to recognise what worked as a viable family farm operation. And then the idea about the scale comes together, so you work together, if you're all viable, no matter what scale it is, you can then work with others.
We're wrapping this up. The energy's sapping. Why haven't you got my energy? I'm going to jump down the roof. Shout from the roof. And go to Canberra. Have you got any messages for Polly's in Canberra? We're going to go and talk to the Federal Minister for Ag. We're going to... No. What gives them something constructive that they can wrap there and wave it and say it was their idea?
We're showing John some part of what but we can't, we're not going down to the document. It's got science behind it, it's got regulation, it's got
biology
and value adders,
reality,
farmers, agronomy, all together. What do you mean, how much the industry? That was in our, we talked about the value of
irrigated cropping. We talked about the value of irrigated cropping to the Murray-Darling Basin. So it's absolutely vital. We can do that to, and what value it is to the Australian
saving water from those environmental outcomes. Regenerate.
What was that? Yeah.
Don't forget, there's a lot of big world out there. There's a CRC for soils down the road here.
With that plan, we went to the Murray-Darling Basin Commission. They were right on board. Grains Research Development Corporation, Rural Industry Research Development Corporation, which became AgriFutures. Some private companies as well, and we raised $5 million into that development plan because it was all costed. Each of those tasks that we'd set ourselves was costed out with how much it would cost. The researchers, the universities put their time and effort into it. And we had a stage first. We built the soybean industry. We did a viability of the soybean industry into the white Highland variety. So a whole breeding program came out of that as well. Anyway, I'm rabbiting on now. I'm sorry. I will contribute. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Yep.
The next day was the actual introduction to the police.
Yep.
And I could only be there the first day. And it was people from all over Australia and New Zealand were there. And it was really a good day. They got all this stuff together, and the next day they found $1 politician. So, yeah.
Not one politician.
Not one.
Not one.
That's as I heard. Yeah.
No, but that's, yeah, look, that just means their strategy for taking it to the pollies was, you know, it probably needed a bit more time, needed a, yeah. Yeah.
Who's that?
To Ansby, that's like,
yeah.
Oh.
And Don Coyne.
Yeah.
You can put us Don Coyne.
Yeah.
Don't know.
So
yeah.
It'd be worth talking to him if you're going to take that path.
Yeah.
See what
it's about networking, contacts, you know, knowing who's in the zoo. You've got to break the walls down.
Hemp would become an incredibly valuable feedstock for the biochar industry, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, in that meeting was steel companies, but honestly, they said we'll take 400,000 tonne off you now.
Bloody hell.
One steel company. and but they only take it by rail, so you're going to get it on the rail and go in. And obviously that was to replace the coke they're using
Yeah.
for making steel.
Yeah.
And but there's only one thing wrong with it. The biomass and even handling the biochar, there wasn't a cheap enough resource there. Well, if you were replacing coke, you know, it's no price, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What you're doing.
Yeah.
So there's sort of some things that eventually that will or may happen.
It will, and they're very interested in that. Currently, I'm working. Part of what's paying me to be here is I've got to make some representations to a company that it's a new mining company that won't go ahead unless it can use green coal.
And what's green coal?
It's basically renewable, coal from a renewable source. Now, I located a briquetting machine in Wagga Wagga, and the idea is to test a range of fuels, including hemp and canaf and other biomass products, into this. It can compress it by 6 times.
Bloody hell!
And that's a machine from India, and they do a lot of briquetting over there. And then those briquettes, we've got to find a way of turning them into a biochar product to become a coal. So there's quite a bit of work to be done there. But I tend to think that with various biomass crops, like, timber crops as well, the mallee guys, finding ways of getting that biomass into the value chain in the right condition.
We're not still recording, are we?
Oh, we are. Yeah. We're on live.
Righto, we got.
Can we turn this off because we want to get real now? Stu just said.
No, we're just finished.
Stu said he wants to turn it off.
This is Chatham House.
Nothing. Yeah, I'm trying to turn it off. I can't turn me off, but I'm trying to turn it off. I want to say, Agri Futures, your taxpayers' money. Have we got your? You know where you live, don't we? Yeah. So